Hello. It is probably the final Last Sovereign stream today. I got a list of places first. That was fast. Hello, Marcus. I rushed back in to start the stream on time. I ran out of carbonated water for my drinks, and I was like, I can be smart. I can refill this before the stream starts, but I also don't want to be late. So I think I managed to start it on the second, or like right before it ticked over to 31. No, I didn't. No, looking at the seconds, I was 10 seconds late. Fuck. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I got a YouTube comment. Oh, nice. It links to the playlist on my other account now because I've clicked on it like once or twice. I think on the last VOD. Oh, is it the one before? No, it's... This is not... Who commented? Wait, there's a comment that's not visible. I found it on my my phone because I have the YouTube Studio app. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. I think it is the comment on the final VOD, and I just didn't skim it. Yeah, it's just this. It looks way longer when you're on the phone. Okay. Turns out truncating the text down does that. But yeah, so this is a list of some things to check out. Implevon, Impaler would be in the Climax fighting ring. Well, he's fucking gone. Visit Patricia. And then check out the Dwarf Fertility Expert. I'm like, also Serantian Royal Palace. I was like, fine, I'll do those. If you have a list of places you want me to go, I might as well. And then I want to do the tier list. The character tier list. Captain Jack Sparrow. I also want to talk about the possible, or the next two games. Better rephrase that. The decision between two games that will probably be an in-between game before La Milana, because they're shorter. So what is this? Is I Dead by Daylight. Oh, it's Sekiro. Fuck! I thought this was a face for some reason. I thought this was oh my god. How did I not get Sekiro? I've speedrun this game. It's my favorite Souls-like. Fucking love Sekiro. Wait, what? Oh no, is this Katamari Damacy. No, what? Okay, hello Sahad. Has anyone told you about the demo for base? This is not a Ligma type joke. Is it a D's type joke? The new gold standard for professional care. Claim your mystery discount. What are you looking for today? GPC signal honored. Targeting related cookies and similar technology have been disabled. Select settings to further customize your privacy preferences. I'm good. Think I want to get my body discount. Fuck you at ass.com. You're in! Check your email to get the Discord discount code. Why based? No, I don't know about this game. I haven't played this one before. It does look good though, like really good. The graphics are crazy. No, what are we talking about, really? This is a co-op platform fighter for 1 to 4 players where you combo the moon with your friend. Oh yeah, I got this. No, there's no way, is it? No, it's not this game. It can't be this game. My coworker was talking to me about a game where you... They described it as sort of a Lethal League-esque game where you're hitting a ball back and forth and like you can grab it and grapple it. But I don't think that was a co-op game. Like, there's no way it's this game. That would be such an insane coincidence to have you mention it in stream, like the day after a coworker talks about it. That was a grab. Maybe it is this game. The movement is like butter. Yeah, they seem to have got, like, just looking at it, it has the vibe of a really well executed platformer. Like, just something like this. This here looks like a moonwalk. They jumped facing one direction and then got like a bunch of momentum backwards after a like quick mini dash. That does look cool. On a more serious note, the Batumon Showdown demo is actually really fun. Batumon Showdown. This looks up my alley. It's super auto pets, but good. I was only sort of kidding, but this looks like a super auto pets, but like more complicated, i.e. probably better. The issue with super auto pets. Oh, rich lady. Wait, we gotta. Ooh. I might be into this game. I don't get the appeal of auto battlers. If you've played auto battlers, the thing is, the thing about auto battlers is, on their face, they're not that interesting. Auto battlers abstract a layer of strategy away that a lot of people don't like with regular like strategy games, and focus hard on a part of the strategy that a lot of people find super enjoyable. And I think it usually works really well. Like, auto battlers appeal to me a lot. I played most of them. I shouldn't say that. 5 years ago, I'd played most of them, but now at this point, there's like 2 billion new ones. I was a big fan of the Hearthstone Battlegrounds auto battler. Also a big fan of TFT in the first season. I played a little bit of Dota Auto Chess, but I never really fell for it. They're very fun. I enjoy auto battlers quite a lot. Meanwhile, might as well get into it immediately. I want to play La Milana, but I want something shorter in between. So I was looking on my wish list for games that I put in there, and I added Desktop Explorer, which is up my alley, but what happened was I was pretty sure that this would be a great shorter game to play. I'll play the trailer for a bit.
Installing Desktop Explorer, you'll be presented with puzzles around basic computer usage. Who knows what you might find?
Like, the vibes of this, up my alley. I like it a lot.
Find the password and unlock the next puzzle folder.
It could either suck or be really good.
You'll do great. Just ignore the feeling of being watched.
It reminded me a bit of Pony Island, but then what happened was I watched this and I was like, yeah, this is like nice horror vibes, like 90s desktop bullshit, classic CRT filter, good stuff. then I looked at Endacopia, and if I thought the other game appealed to me, it's rare I watch a trailer and I'm like, I'm buying this game right now. Not because of anything like a hook. Like I almost did that for White Knuckle because White Knuckle has a really cool hook. But just because of the aesthetics. I fucking adore the look of this game. It's so gorgeous. Like, oh, I adore this so much. It's so gorgeous. So I think we're playing this before we're playing La Milana. It looks to be a little bit shorter, or like a lot shorter. It's a point and click, which is always like a good stream type of game. And I know nothing about it. Like, look at this guy. This guy's just me. That was me looking at the trailer. You see the eyebrow raise? That was me being like, maybe. There's something about the aesthetic that I just can't get enough of. So I watched the trailer, and then I remembered that I had seen the previous game, but I'd never played it. And now I bought it yesterday, and I'm 3 hours into it, and I fucking adore this game. So Endacopia had the like vibe right, but now that I've like tried their previous game, they definitely have the shops to make an interesting point and click game. This is a Vampire Survivor clone with a story and a crazy aesthetic. So I've been playing this all day today. The vibes are great. There's a bunch of breakcore in it. I was like, I'll probably enjoy a point and click game from these people, given how weird the story is here. Inspiration from Yumi Nikki, bunch of inspiration from Vampire Survivors, Toho as well. Vibes are cool. So going from this to a point and click game, I'm curious and interested in some new fighting games. I've been keeping track of Marvel Tokon, but I got a lot less interested when I realized my computer is too weak to run it. Like, once they fix performance, I would love to play it. But I'm like, I won't stream, or maybe I'll stream like a little bit of it, but I don't enjoy streaming fighting games that much. Like, maybe, but I'm planning on playing this a whole bunch, yeah. It's just, it sucks that the PC port sucks ass. Like, I would rather play it on, like, a PS5 or whatever than on PC. PC port plays miserable, settings don't even display correctly, netcode's broken, performance awful. Like, why would I get this now? You know? These specs are not bad. You shouldn't be like this. But yeah, I've kept I'm looking at this game. I've been keeping up. I've been excited to play it. I got a lot less excited when I saw the reviews come in. It's also unplayable on Linux, and by that I don't mean that it's I don't mean that the performance is awful. I mean that if you launch the game on Linux, it says no, you can't play. Fuck you, which is always great. We love when games do that. So yeah, no, that's kind of the vibe. Wow. I like that I didn't even select it, but it auto selects the first game in the list. So I wonder if, since I have adult games open, if it would just like show a porn CG there. There's like a non-zero chance it would. Just scrolling down. Maybe I need to turn off the adult games on Steam. But yeah, no, I'm excited for Marvel Tokon, but if the performance is awful, it's not good, you know? But yeah, no. Picayune Dreams has been amazing, and the Copia looks cool. It's a bit shorter. Then I want to get into La Milana. My plans now is my plans for now are I kind of want to do a stream schedule next, or like when we start the next game, so I can announce it ahead of time and just follow a schedule. Less of a hey, who's in the Discord, and more now you know when I'm planning to stream across the week. Um, I've got I'm going to Festa next week. How do you feel about cozy games? I think cozy games suck ass to stream, but they're fun to play. Depends on they. Okay, I'll put it this way: cozy games are usually very substanceless. Like there's usually a cozy game needs a little bit of an edge to be fun. I've played enough Terraria to develop a taste for like games where like modded Terraria can play like a cozy game. It doesn't have to, but it can. Stardew Valley is cool, lacks a little bit of an edge for me. Fields of Mystria, same thing but worse. There's like nothing to it. Graveyard Keeper I got for free. I played a little bit of this. I know it says I haven't, but that's because I didn't play it on Steam. The Little Gator game, that's not a cozy game in the same way, but I've seen a playthrough of Little Gator game. Wait, no. I'm thinking of Detective Gator. Yeah, this looks like a cozy game. I mean, the thing is, I generally don't think these games are super fun stream content, but I'd play this. This seems like something I'd play at work during like the night shift. For me, I think a cozy game needs to have either an overarching plot, some sense of intrigue, or a little bit of a hard edge. Like Cult of the Lamb is an example of a game that wins with the aesthetic of it. It's very much a cozy game, but the aesthetic of it make it not that. But doing the town management in Cult of the Lamb is very cozy game vibes. Like this part is super cozy game vibes. Rune Factor is cool. I agree. But yeah, no. So I'm not the biggest fan. The first hour hit so close to home that I cried. Cozy games don't really like. They don't tend to make you cry. So that to me tells me that it's doing something that I don't consider part of the Innocence Assault SS. Jesus fucking Christ. That I consider part of the cozy game genre, you know? There's a really good video by Dosh Doshington. Cozy game. Which is, on its surface, a review of a couple cozy games, but essentially makes the same point I do, which is if the games are substanceless, it doesn't matter how well they execute the main premise. Like, it doesn't matter how cozy they are if there's nothing to it, which a lot of these games fall into. Some more than others. I think Factorio is almost a cozy game. Melee is the best cozy game. I would never call Melee a cozy game. It's a comfort game. It's not a cozy game. So I'm so over this. I don't feel like I. Is this like Control or something? It's Control, I'm sure. No, Life is Strange. Okay, I don't give a fuck about that game. I'm mostly curious. Whomst? I don't know if I've ever seen this. I was gonna say No More Heroes, but the aesthetics is wrong. Killer 7. Don't know what that is. Wait, do I? No, wait, I know what Killer 7 is. Yeah, Potionomics is an example of a cool cozy game like that has that. Both in terms of the fact that the characters kind of have like stakes. There's personal relationships that don't just, fulfill the obligatory romanceable character with no personality. Like the Potionomics characters have edges. Funnily enough, I also learned about Potionomics from Dosh Dossington. I think Potionomics. Yeah. I also learned about that game from here. I ended up playing it myself. It's cool. Potionomics. I like this guy. He's cool. He has a video on... If you want a primer for what we're playing next, after Endocopia, his Lama Lana video, it gives a good primer on what we're gonna experience in a bit. Where is it? What the fuck? Hello? There. I scrolled past it.
You need to figure out how to get water into the tower, and your only hint is this line.
Yes, this video is good. I watched it and showed it to friends when they're like, "What is Lama Lana?" And I'm like, "You wouldn't understand." However, Lama Lana is based.
And a solution. In another fit of desperation, you talk to Elder Zelpud, and he says he might have a solution. And his solution is... Well, I wasn't really expecting that.
The goat. He just jumps in front of the descending pillar and then holds it up like Atlas holding up the earth. Let me... Okay, I got it. Let me figure something out. Dude figured it out. If I had the ability to figure it out like that, dude, you would never hear me stop talking about it. The greater cause is getting your older sister to play games with you, like the old days. You and your sister would probably enjoy a big walk by the Untitled Goose Games people. Came out 3 days ago. This feels like a great play with your sister, like the good old days game. But yeah, I think that's the plan. We're doing Endocopia as the next stream game. I'm probably gonna play Desktop Explorer on my own, maybe at work. I got sold by Picayune Dreams. The vibes were too good. What we're doing today is I'm gonna boot up The Last Sovereign again. Go to these places that Douglas Elder pointed out as places that have cool stuff in the post game that I haven't seen. After we've gone to these, I'm gonna do a tier list of the characters in the game, like what I think of them, what my favorites are. So I think that's about it. Before that though, I mentioned Picayune Dreams. You gotta hear the OST of this game, man. Like I booted up the game, and the first stage that it boots you into was this song. And I was like, how can you have a bad time when this is the theme you're gonna hear? We're doing this one, Munch. The Wheelmaker one is whatever. This one is complete enough for me. This is such a good fucking Vampire Survivor type of OST. Breakcore just works. I'm just such a fan, man. It's just so good. So that's why I started playing it yesterday, and I woke up today, and for the first time in a while, I was like, I really gotta boot up the game. It's so nice when you have a game that, like, you wake up and you instantly just want to sit and play it. So if that's what they managed with a Vampire Survivor clone, a genre I don't really like that much, because I've played them. I feel like it's kind of played out. I'm really excited to see what they do in a point-and-click game, genre I like even more. You could edit your profile pic into that, something in that image has a similar shape. You mean the crown here? I could overlay some really, like, some Eldritch stuff like this. Yeah, I could do something like that. I say Eldritch, it's just, these are a bunch of the attacks in the game. This is EXP. There's the crown. A lot of this is items in the game. But yeah, no, Munch, we're doing this one. The Wheelmaker was fine, but this is most of the characters, and I can't let it take too long. 2, I think these are enough of the characters to be worth discussing. I'm sure we'll miss someone, but to me this is like Kalant. Like, this is not the Chosen. This is gonna be Kalant. With that said, let's boot up the game. Feels so weird that this is going to be, like, pretty decisively the final stream of the game. Maybe even the final time I boot it up, though that's probably a bit... that's actually very unlikely, given that I'm making a video on it, but if I wasn't, then it would probably be the final time I boot it up. Let me... I gotta find the comment that... of the places to go. History. Victory Lap. Places to check out. I forgot, actually. Wait, I forgot that we made this motherfucker the portrait. That's so funny. What a character. This might be one of the most nothing characters in the game. I adore her. I was told to check out Serantia. See how they handled the devastation. Let me see. BU fucking died. Huh? She died! Serantia is free enough that I hope we can not only stand on our own, but help others to stand as well. You literally died in the final conflict. Hello? What? Huh? Death was only gonna revive our harem, right? Not... Yeah, what the fuck? Even as they gain power, the NUP politicians are so nice. I don't mind working for them. What? Why are you alive? Did Douglas Elder know this? Is that why they asked me to go here? That just feels incorrect to me. Residential area. Oh, nice. Our rebuilding efforts worked. Looks a lot nicer. But why is BU alive? I gotta check the VOD. There has to be some phrasing, right? That makes that possible. There's no way that they just forgot, right? Oh, Fuani, what are you doing here? Merely visiting some relatives. That's good, but would you by any chance prefer to move? You don't have to stay if you don't want. Calm down, mistress. I'm merely visiting. I'll be happy to return to the base. Besides, have you forgotten how Sirantia used me? Yes, I forgot, but I could see you thinking that I used you too, and if Sirantia has changed enough, you should be free to go back. Think nothing of it. I can't imagine a better life than with all of you. Cute, but like... Is this enough to lower the score of the game by 1? I think it might be enough. Okay, maybe at a certain point we have to think that she's not exhausted, just lazy. Real. Cats be like... Ah, this place is for drinking, not talking. Sirantia is doing better again, but it doesn't seem like the old bar culture is coming back. What do you use to main in Smash? Fox. I'm a Fox main in Melee. Through and through. I feel like the game is broken. Who's your main in Smash 4? It was Peach. I played Peach in... oh wait, not Smash 4. I didn't play much Smash 4 at all. I played Peach in Ultimate. In Smash 4 I played... Wait, I have like very few hours in Smash 4. I played a bit of Zero Suit Samus, I think, as my main in that game. Like Mario and Zero Suit Samus, I think. But yeah, no, okay, the game is broken. Let's leave. This place sucks ass. Did Grubbuck survive? Did I accidentally revive the wrong orc? No, here he is. I chose to give my life for a cause, and yet I still live. Yes. I will not complain about this act of extraordinary generosity, yet it does feel surreal. I'm not sure what to do with this life. Haven't you used your life up to this point to build Takan? Indeed, and I will not stop, but perhaps it is time for me to retreat from leadership and to allow democracy to truly flower. Do you think Takan is ready? 3 years ago, I would have said no. Now, one can only hope. Thank you, Simon. Not simply for this, but for everything you've given us. Use it to make Takan a gift to the rest of the world. Well said. In the future, hopefully we do not need to ask you for any more money. Perhaps better question. Favorite Smash character in all series? In the entire series? Such a hard question for me. I think overall it probably has to be... Marth? Like, I think Fox is really annoying in every game after Melee. I think Marth is the character that's, like, retained the most identity and is the coolest. Like, as a character. I really like Meta Knight, but Meta Knight kind of gets negative points from Brawl. The issue is I played so much Fox. That, like, even though I only like Fox in Melee, he's probably my favorite character overall anyway. You get it, right? Like the reason that Fox would be number 1 is entirely just because of Melee. Funnily enough, I really like Mewtwo as well, but that's because Mewtwo is so cool in PM. I didn't like him that much in Melee. I need Meta Knight in better games. I agreed. PM Meta Knight is super fun. Thinking about Ulrissa. Honestly, Ultimate Meta Knight is also fun. Yes. After this long, I'm confident that there is no more to search, even within her tower regions. Ulrissa may have made her choice, but I regret to think of how much knowledge died with her. She wanted to be forgotten by history, yet we, at least, will remember her. Yes, I suppose we shall. Also a whatever, nothing character, I gotta say. Thank you for coming, everyone. This is the shrine in honor of the Northern Elven Kingdom that I planned to create. It took a long time to complete because people had more urgent needs, but I'm pleased that it's finished now. I thought the idea of having all 3 new nations share ownership was a brilliant one. Me when the obvious solution is the right solution. You brilliant decision making, my lady! They seem to have taken real ownership too. Okay. Me here to protect old rocks, but nobody tried to smash so far. Everyone goes on about the lost legacy of New Givini, but we can't forget the elves who lost their lives. I wasn't born when the Elven Kingdoms were lost, but it sounds so sad. It is grim to think that our nations are built upon so much loss. We must take care to honor their memory. I never planned to leave Gelderon, but when I heard about this shrine and the lost elves, I had to visit. Protection of the shrine is shared between all 3 nations. Okay. This is just a magical defense based on the original ruins, but I'm fond of it. Cool. Impal. We were gonna go to the Impal. What's going on in here? Why doesn't the larger imp simply eat the smaller imp? We have a bigger Takan, a more diverse Takan, but is it better for imps? Why gods shout in skies, shouting bad? The imps shall conquer our trade deficits with more advanced nations. Lots become imps, flying good. Now that the world is peaceful, there's plenty of time to push the causes of imps and lamias. You might think it would be completely washed out by the wars and everything, but that aid we got at Goonfall is still helping. Oh hey, it's me, Implevon. Your mass has increased. Thank you. I wasn't sure if that was just always the size of Implevon. I'm an imp ogre now. An imperger. Impger. Impreg. He's impreg. Interesting. That was generally thought to be impossible, but since imps can split at small sizes. I wasn't aiming for it, it just happened. Now I'm a major leader in Takan. Impreg. He's impreg. Not just because I'm big, of course. People respect me for all the qualities I got, serving alongside orcs like Orkent or Grubak. Okay. Psst, Palia, this would a time for social graces. Only reason they wanted me to boot up the game again and check these scenes is for me to report more misspellings, grammatical errors. Grammatical error in the post game spotted, I suppose. Lacking a B in there, right? Oh, I see. Very good. Implevon, I'm proud of you. Gosh, thanks. It remains to be seen what role imps take in the future, but don't worry, I'll be there with them. I love that they made him the tank. And he sucked ass at tanking the entire time. Fuck. Brother. Glass is so fancy. Zoom! Okay. All orcs are welcome and happy in Taran. Or else! That's a strategy. What did you mean? What did you mean by this? In memory of she who was mother to so many of us. Wait, Balya, did you officially kill yourself for the orcs? I wouldn't want to get our stories wrong. No, I don't think so. Why the memorial statue then? I haven't talked to anyone outside the harem in a while. Maybe they assumed I died. Oh dear. Mother isn't really accurate, but okay. Oof turned into something funny, I can't tell what it says there. It's like the 100 with the 2 lines under it emote, but it says oof instead. We must protect these treasures, not only from destruction, but from the ignorance that lurks within ourselves. Who are you supposed to be? Understand more now. Idea is very interesting. We are not yet an institution in the nation, yet our influence grows. Perhaps one day, orcs will be known for words more than weapons. Will the day come when orc kind is at the cutting edge of a scholarly field? That is what we debate now. The next debate tournament will be about the application of inter-orc treatment to other species. Some scholars don't take orcs very seriously, but they're becoming intellectually relevant. I don't like orcs. They're becoming too human-like. It's a problem. Have you managed to feel... How the fuck? Other orcs help with fence, but I put box in dumb place. How? Hey there, I'm taking a break to do some oh yeah, right, we were here before. How did they manage that? That's fucked up. Yeah, I mentioned that in the VOD, I think. That I saw that you can actually... One of the achievements is to not even have to fight him, just talk him down. Bertrecia. I was told to check out Bertrecia. I love that you can't go to the Potion Hermit. My autistic, introverted queen. How are you doing, Bertrecia? Are we gonna talk to Bertrecia? Actually, I have a proposal. That absolutely sounds like it should be an innuendo, and I'm upset that it probably isn't. Simon, I was thinking that this might be a point of divine policy, if you will. Go ahead. As dearly as I love Bertrecia, her faith is very academic, because her soul isn't suited for divine connections. But with all our new power, we could give her a transcendent experience. She's gonna come crazy style. It'll change her life. But not my kind of transcendent experience, I'm guessing. No, she's gonna come crazy style, Yara. No, Yara, a purely platonic one. It's like coming crazy style, but without the coming or the crazy style. Alright, I'll shut up now. That seems like something you could have decided on your own, but you came to us. It is more divine meddling in the world, and I wanted to get the opinion of believers. Then does self-alt-delete? Man, I gotta replay on an optimized playthrough, go back to that scene, see him say, ah, you're right, my bad, and then kill himself. I remember how much it hurt to be without a sense of your warmth. I think it would be wonderful to give that to Bertrecia. Is that wise, if she built her faith without it? I can't imagine that would be harmful, could it? Oh, I think we should. So many people long for that touch and feel guilty that they feel nothing. I'm opposed. Bertrecia's faith is pure. We can only do harm by introducing direct meddling. That was my fear. She might, like some of you, be disappointed in the reality of me. I mean, you're not going to go revealing everything, are you? No, but she would still feel my presence. This decision is about Bertrecia, but she can't make it for herself. I think, ultimately, you know her best, Ivala. You'll have to decide. We were Ivala all along? This is the worst reveal in the game. This is the worst reveal in the entire game. That we were Ivala all along. I really hope that we were a better character than that. Unfortunate. I'm leaning toward do nothing. If I believed in God, but I never felt God, if someone else was given the opportunity to make me feel that connection, I think I would be happy to take it, despite the consequences it might have. Like, even if it ruins my perception of what God is, I think I would still... Especially, Bertrice is a very, like, academic character, right? I think it would be cruel to not give her the knowledge. If she was believing out of a sense of... like, as a refuge, as something to believe in a dark, cruel world, I think doing nothing is very, very valid, because you're afraid to, like, ruin her. But she seems very well put together, and I think it's cruel not to give her the context, the knowledge, especially given her academic, like, I was gonna say, predisposition, nature, whatever you want to call it. So, because it's Bertricia, I think I want to give her the divine experience. If it was like, Anna, for example, I don't think I would do it. If it's Anna, I don't think I would want to do it. If that makes sense. So I think I'm gonna do divine experience. I think I will, then. Bertricia. Oh, You've always found me through your studies, and you will continue to find truth through them, but never doubt that I love you. Okay, I didn't think she was gonna talk to her. Oh, thank you. Looks like it had a positive effect. Though we should give her some privacy. I think that's wonderful. Well, it's not likely to completely fuck her up. It feels so surreal to be making decisions like this. She's pretty and all, but calm that shit down, I feel that. In this new world, we have no choice but to go forward, guided by our own wisdom, instead of relying on outside powers. Yeah, she took it well. Feels like a fair decision. We joked about it earlier, Arten, that her biggest power isn't being literally the god of this world, but having, like, wind blowing in her hair at all times. Now, the final place I got asked to visit is not a place I would normally go. Does anyone recognize this character? I don't blame you if the answer is no. We have people interested in bounty hunting, but the problem is there aren't so many criminals left. Who's this, by the way? No comment, but... So, does anyone remember this character? Screen too tiny? Let me out! Let me out! Damn it! I deserve better than this! Yeah, that guy was disrupting the peace. Talking about dwarf cum a disturbing amount. It's the dwarf cum guy! Hello, Techno! I love you too! How are you doing? Very funny timing. It's the Eustrin dwarf fertility expert. He's in prison for his beliefs. Wait. A broom of any variety must be found and brought to the bounty office. You know what? If they've survived without one this long, I think they can manage. A document counterfeiting is known to be operating in the area. Wanted alive. Think we should pursue this one? I think we have to. Whatever will we do without 256? The legendary Sandstrider must be brought down, wanted dead or alive. Wait, what? Still not sure what to make of this one. Oh, that was totally me. What now? As Mestan, I built up a huge reputation as a mysterious figure on the sands. He didn't know exactly what he was going to do with it, he just knew he would eventually manage something really funny. I see. Is it sort of tragic to think back on those lost things? Nah, I like being reminded that he was up to some crazy shit. Nice. I'm good. Burning time in Germany before my flight to Sweden tomorrow. Oh yeah, you're going to Festa! Awesome! Look forward to seeing you there. I'm also burning time before heading to Festa, and by that I mean doing a final stream before closing the chapter on this game forever. What the fuck is this thing? Why is this thing scarier than the final boss? I always see you playing weird anime games. You're saying plural. Techno. You're saying plural. Look at the playtime. What? It's game, not games. We just finished this game. We're in the post game doing a final thing. I'm doing a tier list of all the characters in a bit. Maybe it's including Off the Devil. That's not a weird anime game. That's Ace Attorney. No, that's not my thing. We're playing Endocopia after this. That's not a weird anime game. That's our stream was that like mystery game. I don't know what it's called. Umineko. Uma Musume? It's Umineko. Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair. No, you're right. I guess that is what I'm doing now, yeah. So, basically, what gives me enjoyment in life now, it's very simple. It's using my reputation as a Melee player and my, like, 5,000, 7,000 followers from Melee, for comedy. I play the weirdest shit you've ever seen, and then you see, oh, Pipsqueak, I remember him from Super Smash Bros. Melee. Let me go see what he's doing. And you click in, and it says Dwarf Come. Like, I just do that for comedy. It's really the only thing that gets me going these days. That's why I played 225 hours of this game. Harem size 35. It's actually 36, Satan. I just hadn't saved over this file. Hello, Satan. It's been a long time. No, we just finished this game. I'm in the post game. I don't know what the fuck this is. But yeah, no, this is the final stream of this game we're ever gonna do. What is this? I am the Lost Incubus King. Are you prepared for a challenge unlike anything you've ever faced before? You know, I really don't think you are. Alright, you got me. You actually did get all the shards as far as I know. So don't worry, there's nothing that can really challenge you anymore. But I got you for a second, didn't I? Fuck you. Fuck you, I thought we had a post-game boss hanging around. And there's no post-game boss in this fucking game. I don't think there's any super boss in this game. Wasn't this that game that you had to wait for it to get a censoring patch? Yeah. We saw uncensored cock at one point. And then that led to them patching the game emergency style because apparently the censor filter didn't work for a few things later in the game. They managed to fix it before I got there, but I had to deal with one uncensored cock in my face before that, though. But yeah, no, there's no super boss, so we're done here. I think that's the final time we're booting up this game. Fun as it was. It's time to rest. Which we've already done before. Roll the credits on the game. The end. 225 hours. It was a great time. But now it's time for the really important stuff, which is the tier list maker. We've played this game for a long ass time, and really, it was all in order to make a tier list of the characters. That's the only reason we played it. It's wild to me that showing such on stream is bannable, but you repeating the phrase uncensored cock is not. Look. I'm reminded of a phrase from the game, which is Hilstara saying, "Boo fucking who? You would kill for a power like this. Are you really saying you wouldn't fuck for it?" And once you think about how games kind of have desensitized you for violence in relation to, like, sex and stuff, it's kind of crazy. it's way more okay to show someone getting dismembered on stream than showing a hint of like a nipple or a cock or whatever. It's fucked up. What are we ordering them by? We're ordering them based on my like vibes, what I think is the best characters, and I'm gonna be arguing for it. Penis Tierlist goes hard with a co-ed cast. Who has the biggest penis out of all of these? I'd argue that probably Estevan has the biggest penis. Mostly because he's very insecure and can control it. So like his default penis size has probably been massively increased. He also doesn't care about his partner's well-being in the slightest, so he probably has the largest cock for sure. Fedora speaks to negative compensation. Dude, this motherfucker's name. Title, The Fuck Lord. We love the Fuck Lord. Great vibes on this motherfucker. I love the what's it called? There was a quote from the Anak, which was like, your attempts at mockery are foiled by the fact that we had someone named the Fucklord here last time. We could do a alignment charts are very like that's good content. Dick size versus big dick energy. I mean, he would be the lowest on big dick energy, but the highest on dick size. With that said, I do want to do an actual, like, what my favorite characters are. I'm probably gonna move characters around a bit, but let's start with the characters that are like easy favorites. Or rather, should we do it in order here? So that it's a little bit of a surprise. We can mix in my favorite characters, or should we do it in like the clear easy spots first? Because I could do it in order of the characters here, or in order of like characters I like the most. Alphabetical order, cool. So Akka, this is Akka. First harem member introduced, or I guess technically second, but the first one that joins you. A former bounty hunter turned companion and lover to Simon. This character had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, she suffers from the thing where she has like all of the spotlight on her for the first like 50 hours, and then she has no vibes afterwards. Like she gets like nothing. She's such a whatever character after the first 50 hours. Unfortunately. Like I like her transform design, but plot-wise and like what she adds into to the story is very minor. She's very much a like straight man character to a lot of other crazy stuff. I don't like her that much. I think if I made this tier list 50 hours in, she'd probably be like A or S. But I honestly think she does so little, she goes down to like a C in the last 2 quarters, you know? She suffers from gamer deciding she can't actually fight. True. They had us in the first half. Yeah, a lot of potential. Doesn't really become anything, unfortunately. We did have a really funny bit with her. She has a quest to get a personalized knife. And we just never gave her a knife. And the best part is, even before she has that quest, I accidentally sold her second knife. So she's supposed to be dual wielding, but we never gave her like a second knife in the story. Very rude of me, but she didn't deserve it. The knife bit increases the score for sure. Like, that was a great bit. I really loved it. Also, I feel like I'm a little too loud. Filters. And my limiter is working like it's supposed to. Weird. If I clip or anything, do tell me if I get too loud. But yeah, no, she's not that interesting of a character, unfortunately. Especially for how much screen time she has. She has an insane amount of screen time that doesn't really build an interesting character. I don't know what your name is. Let me see if I can summon your name from the ether. Is it like Aya-kun or something? Divine Claw guy. I mean, it doesn't really do anything. Divine Claw. I don't even... What the fuck is his name? Characters. What is his name? Oh my god, I have to scroll so far to find this motherfucker. It's Alue. It's Alue. That's who it is. Is Alue a good character? He's the leader of a religious sect that gets owned immediately. He's part of the, like, fundamentally Christian, like, conservative party in the country. And then he fucks off and doesn't do anything. F tier. If we're unironically calling it a combat harem, I'm unironically going to prioritize character via Booba. Yeah, so half of, like, a little under half of these characters are in the harem, but yeah, that's very fair. Combat harem members really suffer from, once they get their one thing, they basically stop existing. I disagree. Some of the harem does it, but not all of them. I mean, Aka is the prime example. She's the largest of that. Maybe I'd like her more if we actually did her final quest, but I don't think so. Now, here's an S tier character. Alanon, my fucking goat. He has the aura to end all aura. Wrong playlist. There we go. So, let's see. Episode 1, Part 1. Here's the introduction. Yeah, look, the first segment is a parody on every porn game in the universe. I don't need to hear myself talk. Fucking... It doesn't matter. My lord. None of this matters. History only turns in place, rendering even the efforts of kings meaningless. That's bleak. That's all he said for fucking 10 plus hours. And then we saw him again in another flash forward scene, and he said the same shit. And then we met him, and he just didn't say anything. And then, like a goat, he says, "You don't understand. Your point of view is too small." And then he killed himself to save us. Absolute goat. Says that there's no point to living in a garbage world like this. Hates everyone. Fucks off and dies. And makes us win the game. Simon meets him in the tower several times during chapter 4. He explains that he saw the fundamental rules of reality and was deeply unsatisfied with what he learned. Hence his misanthropy and retirement from world affairs. He starts the Arden succession crisis and helps Tina win by making him his heir. And then he bombs himself in order to make sure we can win the game. Fucking goat. Gives his life to defend reality at the end of the Incubus War. Absolute goat nihilist king. We love this dude. Why did they have to give me Altina as the next one? I guess it's because she starts with an A. Okay. We joke... Fuck, man. Altina is such an annoying character to rank. She's potential woman. She really was potential woman. This character is so tragic. She's so tragic. I fucking hate what they did to Altina. So Techno, you have no context. This character is the first woman that's introduced in the entire game. Party member to the Chosen. And what happened is she's for a long time during the development of this game, until basically the final patch, she was missable as a party member. You had to go out of your way to do a quest to save her, which we did. But the issue was, they wrote 2 versions of her. You can mind break her and make her essentially like a sex slave-ish to the harem, or you can redeem her and make her like a happy, normal person again. So 3 things happened. She was missable, and she had 2 different routes that you could go. So the amount of like dialogue that she gets after that point, and the amount of importance she gets in the story, is reduced so much. She has like an incredible amount of potential, and then does jack fucking shit, culminating in the funniest line in the game, one of them at least, which I've chronicled in my Discord in the banger tab. Right before the final fight, everyone talks about their dreams, about their experiences, about what they love and what they think about, what they're trying to fight for. And she says, "I hope my skills will be enough." And then after the fight is over, she's like, "I'm happy my skills were enough." Fucking nothing ass character. There was a popularity poll in the official Discord, and the Husk Altina, where she's like a sex slave, is more popular than the regular, like, redeemed version of her. Yeah, so it's Zero, she's a brainwashed elven slut. And then if you do this, the Husk version, she becomes a devoted elven breeder, whereas we got the restored elven mage, i.e. no personality, no nothing, does jack shit. She's probably D tier. She has such a good first part of the story. I think that puts her up a little bit, but she's so disappointing. I hate it. I hate it. Where did the other Altina rank? I haven't played the other Altina, but in the official poll, she got like 3 times as many votes. We should actually have that up on the sites, so we can cross compare. Let me see, useful links. Favorite character poll. Cockwhore Altina got 3 votes, and regular Altina got 1 vote. One motherfucker thinks that this is the most popular character. Very funny. No, you really shouldn't save her. Like, the best part is, if you try to play optimally, you get like 2+ relationship points if you save her. It's not worth it, man. Get the other version. I'm sure she's more interesting. Now here we have a goat. So the issue with rankings like these is you have to rank them based on screen time. So like, this character is not better than Aka or Altina, really, but she's in the game for like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of their time. She gets less screen time than Alanon by like a factor of 10 or some shit. But she's really funny while she's on screen. Really like this character. She's very funny. What is her name again? It's she is... Is she not gonna be listed as one of the... I thought High Priestesses would have their own category here. Her name pre or post Mindbreak, isn't it the same name both times? Maybe she... Oh, it's... Andra. Andra, my beloved. This character is like the quintessential. Did you stream playing through this whole game? I did, yeah. We did... How many streams? We did well, this is the 79th, I suppose. We did 79 streams across 225 hours or something like that. Probably more, actually, because the, what's it called? The, we re-rolled, like, saves a couple times. Like, went back in time. So probably 230 hours or something like that. But yeah, this is the quintessential repressed Christian character. Like, fundamental Christian, has sexual urges, doesn't act on them, and then she completely breaks down. Like, she does the thing where she's like, oh no, you savages, you're going to violate me at the first possible opportunity, aren't you? And the other character's like, no. What? No, I don't care about you. Oh, but no, you're trying to trick me. You know, like, she's that character. She's funny. And then afterwards she falls and becomes really, like, she's sluttier than the succubi. The succubi are like, oh, we can't keep up with her. Anna, D tier character. No, she's not. Anna isn't disappointing. Anna is... I've been watching your Umineko VODs, and I coincidentally just passed the point where you talked about this game. That's very funny. Where did you find my Umineko VODs? I haven't found any, like a full upload of them. I'm really sad that I think half of the playthrough of Umineko is lost to time. I started the VOD channel because I wanted to chronicle future playthroughs, because we didn't get all of Umineko uploaded. I'm really sad about that. But the thing about Anna is, she's a good villain type character. She's reasonable. She's kind of an interesting foil, but she's also kind of like whatever. I think I'll put her C. She's not actively disappointing like Altina, so she's probably low C is probably where I put her. Half of it might be lost. I think it might stop at the end of episode 5. That's tragic. Well, that'll never happen again, because future streams, we're all gonna upload them. I've already picked what the next game is, if you're interested, Lucas. We're gonna stream Endocopia. Endocopia starting in 2 weeks, probably.
Hello. Warehouse house. We made on...
This game is what we're gonna stream, if you're interested. But yeah, this guy is unfortunately a favorite. I hate to do it. He's such a vehicle for comedy. Like, he's so good. The best part is, okay, this character on his own is so good because the Chosen are introduced as like a parody of the standard porn game protagonist, right? And then this guy somehow manages to be an even better parody. He's so fucking good. Antalion, is he here? Please tell me he's a major ally. That'd be so funny if he's considered a major ally. No, he's not. Antarion. Antarion is an extraordinary duelist and Casanova wannabe who can be found in the Blade Master Guild in the military district of Ardford. The first time you meet this motherfucker, you... you fucking... you can talk to him and every party member will... Oh yeah, pickup lines! They're even in the wiki. Good, good. He'll be stationed at the Blade Master Guild. Every time you interact with him, you get a pickup line aimed at a random female character, including Vala if she's with your group. And I love them so much. Fucking, Robbins is the best one in the game. Antarion, are you a table with 3 legs? Because, I'm sorry, but you're too young for me. Wait, what? Given how you throw yourself at every woman in sight, you must not have developed object permanence yet. Well, fuck you too. You'd be hotter if you smiled more. Since that would make you talk to me more, it's a good argument for smiling less. Dude, I love this. And oh, you're back. You trained enough for a night with me? Are you just that determined or that bad at taking hints? Are you a buffet? Because I could eat you all day. Fucking... Oh my god. You look like a girl who can ride long and hard. I've always been more infantry than cavalry. Maybe you just haven't found the right stallion. I'm not really trained to fight on horseback, so I don't think a stallion would be a good choice. Dear goddess, you're dense. No, she's just not playing along. Dude, I love this. This character is so good. So he's such a fucker, runs away from every fight, becomes the hero to win the final conflict. Well, we set him up, and then we fucking kill him. Oh, he's so good. What's this pickup line for Huskaltina? This is before Huskaltina, right? No, it's not! Okay, let's see. Is it true that elves don't eat meat? Wanna try a different kind? Oh my, no, I'll pass. That's the one we got. This is the one we got. Is it true that elves don't eat meat? Wanna try a different kind? Elves needs good, strong cocks. Not stupid ones like yours. The fuck? God. Oh yeah, right. Dominated Varia is also it's also a way we could have gone. Maybe it's time for an alternate playthrough where we do Cock War Altina and Dominated Varia, so we get these dialogues instead. Do you have a map? Because I'm lost in your eyes. Blank stare. Any other men lost in those beautiful eyes of yours? There are no men lost in my eyes. How horny is this game? Thoughtful exchanges of ideas, discussions of moral imperatives, nuanced interpersonal understanding, and then tit fucking. Does that help? It's very horny. It's very horny. I mean... Let's see. It's in here, I think. Yeah. I mean, I love the quote thread. They're great. Sure, you take care of me. You teach me all kinds of things, and you fuck me just like a daddy should. Feel free to use me like a sheep whore, insofar as geopolitical realities allow, of course. But yeah, that one's good too. You understand basic economics? That is so fucking hot. Alright, but I warn you, I drive a hard bargain. I may have overestimated the hardness of my bargains. If you know what I mean. Take your glorious weapons and kill! Kill! That is the only payment we require! Instead of sex, can you just kill me to put an end to my misery? Please kill me, put a knife through my brain and end my suffering. Hey, the object permanence line. God. The funny thing is, I don't... Like, this game is less horny than you'd think. This game is like... It's about horniness, but it's honestly not that horny. Crazy to say. Chat might call me crazy, but I think I've played horny games. This is very low. For being an intensely horny game, it's not very horny at all. It's like asexual horny, kind of. Yes, that's like not a bad way to describe it. Virginity might be a political asset, but innocence isn't. Yeah, you seem like someone who would talk a lot before fucking. This line interminable, repugnant bureaucracy. The war was a glorious slaughter, a revelry of bloodshed, but we sell weapons to cost even more. This is my favorite kid. Love this kid, like 5 years old. I have a personal stake in this one, because the fucklord is my father. Messed on my goat. Spoilers, this guy's gonna be in the goat tier. Anyway, we spent a while catching up. Fashion, soul-consuming, religious doctrine, you know, female things. Yeah. Oh, this guy is... Oh my god. If he was on the list of characters, he would be a goat just for the joke. Awful, awful person, amazing joke. Just look at these foul beasts, practically slavering, ready to break inside and loose their foul lusts on the innocent, nubile students within... Why do you still have a job? The guard at the school. Yeah, okay, so this game is about sex, like, a lot of it, but I wouldn't say it's, like, horny in the way that, like, horny games tend to be. It gets quite fucked up. The Incubus King at the start, god, he's still fucked up. I took a bunch of random succubi and I fucked all the sex out of them. Oh, it was really hard, but I just kept pounding until all the sex parts broke. They'd beg for a while, then they'd start screaming. It got really annoying, and they weren't even good fucks afterwards. That's why I asked you for private chambers, to stuff them in once I was done. This is the creation of the unsuccubi. Some of the most horrifying enemies in the game. He essentially managed to create like a warped alternate version of succubi, like a reverse, and they're horrific creatures. Oh fuck, that passionless missionary position is so hot. All glory to the Lust Lord, long may his cock extend. Andra? Oh yeah, this is the character we put in, this is this woman, Andra. Andra, you would tire out the succubus with the most extreme humiliation fetish. Your attempted mockery is foiled by the fact that we had someone called the Fucklord here last time. Today should be peaceful for once, so I'm worried about international war. God. We may not be able to take on gods with prudent investments, but we can damn well try. Dude, the only reason we could beat all the gods is because of your prudent investments. I went from world-destroying abomination to potential dildo frustratingly quickly. Man, I love this game. You know it, total slut for farmland restoration over here. Nubile is so fucking loaded. Nubile is a crazy, crazy term. And I found a way to hit someone with the sexual magic of 1,000 rapes in 1 second. I call it the bitch breaker. No, we're gonna stop scrolling eventually. But also, I have to go at 18, so we're not gonna go forever. Master put a spell on me so I can't kill myself. There's just... I'm doing this mostly for the vibes of the characters that like stuck out. To get reminded of some of the highlights. Agnon thinks he can plant half-human bastards in dwarven women. Only my cocksmanship can stop him. We like defending innocence and rape, but looky here, we're all out of rape. What did he mean by this? Please don't talk about elven cum dumps, please don't talk about elven cum dumps, please don't talk about elven cum dumps. Miguel always drives a hard bargain. I'd be happy for any price I get that doesn't include my balls. Man, I love this game. Trying to get into the academy, huh? Because you know it's filled with taut young boys and girls, right? I can tell, you dirty old man. You're just dying to ravish their nubile young bodies. Away with you! That's right, leave. I'm not going to let you bend all the students over their desks and take them while they moan. If you lay one hand on our students' luscious thighs, or pert buttocks, or keep your hands to yourself, is what I'm saying. So happy we got him fired. I heard a rumor about demons attacking during the night. Horrible, lust-filled demons with hard, stiff cocks. This is a banger of a quote. The heavy task of mercy falls to us. To try to eliminate all imbalances is essentially an effort to eliminate the need for trust. Even if possible, I'm not sure if it's desirable. Yeah, this game's cool. Oh no. A window into the better Altina. Especially elves. We're all just worthless breeding sluts, made to be pumped full of cum. Oh wait, no, this is before we get to pick. I always used to be so uptight, but here I am. Here I'm happy. All I need is huge cocks pounding me. No, don't keep talking. Take off your pants. This is what we saved her from. We could have kept her like this. We could have made her a real character. The purpose of existence is to maximize my mammalian cock. All that matters to me is to facilitate this result. I quickly realized that you did not serve to maximize cock. You possess one cock, but your overall utilitarian value is negative cocks. Silence! You are a worthless piece of flesh attached to a cock. Based. Here's the alternate one. Is it true that elves don't eat meat? Wanna try a different kind? Elves need good, strong cocks, not stupid ones like yours. Not 100%, obviously. You can't make an omelette without fucking a few eggs. Please don't punish me, or worse, tax me, my poor profit margins. The writing in this game is so good. No, Techno, that's a demon that got mind broken by the fucklord for a while. Her mind got overwritten to only care about cocks for a while. Then she fixed herself. Anyone else getting a bad feeling about these woods? Hello, boys. Holy shit, they're beautiful, but they're succubi, idiot, and they're surrounding us. That doesn't mean they want to eat our soul. Nom nom nom. Yeah. I want to find I know it's here somewhere. I want to find the best line that Simon has in the entire game. I came to the pink sheets to fuck myself because I deserve it. Oh, you're Robin's father? That explains where she gets her expressions from. ... Chicks who hang out by the docks at midnight. I've got a big food dick for that fine ass. That's a romantic one. I remember this. This is Tinder in the Orgasmic Empire. There are a few other ones. Good profiles on Tinder. Then I demand political cuckoldry. You succubi seem to have a cuckoldry fetish. Let me see, where is this? I don't want to scroll here forever. I want to find the, well, this one's a banger. One of my fetishes is sober socioeconomic realism. I want to find the dialogue Simon has about underage characters. Come on, don't you think you'd feel a sense of pride and accomplishment after earning this via hours and hours of fuckball? One day, everyone will be playing fuckball, then you'll be sorry. Bala, take her sexuality away. Whoa, did she say this? Just once I want a full murder mystery or something. When the fuck did she say this? She knew she'd get a quest that's a full murder mystery. I thought for sure that this thread had the Simon discussing oh, this is a banger. You've passed that? I passed that? Can you link me if you do, you're probably in the Discord, right? If you find it, can you do the copy message link and post it in chat? Or in my Discord? This Simon School one is chapter 1. These are not chronological order. People are just putting them in wherever they want. Like, these are not in any way chronological. People are just putting stuff in. I swam in the molten core of our world, washed by tides of liquid metal. I've witnessed generation upon generation change until the last would not be recognized by the first. I have seen the fall of empires built with the dust of empires long forgotten. But holy shit, your penis is a larger size than average! Fuck my brains out! You think this is serious, or do you think they're making fun of you? One guard reminded me of a meme that you can find by searching That's Horrible Always Sunny. Is it the implications meme? You all know that one. Guys, my mom has lung cancer. Oh god, you know, geez, that's terrible. What the hell? That didn't sound very genuine. No, sorry, what was I supposed to? Are you kidding me? Are you screwing with me right now? No, I'm sorry, I think the cancer thing, it's just not grabbing me right now. I don't know what this is. I assume that's your own? No, what I'm scrolling through right now is in the Discord. This is a quote channel in the Discord. Like the official Last Sovereign Discord. I'm pretty sure it's further down. You figured out the score by now, right? In a messy situation like this, you can't necessarily optimize for everything. God, ain't that true. Go, Harem, go! This is a good one. No, I think it might be in a different chat and not here. The blade itself shall be the name of death itself. Death, the sexiest of all. I wanted to bring it up because it's such a good, like, microcosm of who Simon is as a character and why I love him so much. Like, I've thought about this game in the context of a different protagonist that isn't Simon, and I haven't found, like, I don't think there's any way the game could be even a tenth as good as it is without Simon as the protagonist. You expect me to believe that you've been using less than your full power all this time. No, I've been using my full ethics. Scariest thing a villain has ever said in a game. It's not about lacking power, it's that I wasn't doing war crimes hard enough. But, well, this thread doesn't go on forever, so if I scroll through, I should get it soon. Virginity might be a political asset, but innocence isn't. Yeah, we're starting to see repeats as well. Because it's just, you know, a bunch of people uploading them on their own. So it's fine to risk your life in combat, but not your vagina? Real? Real? I love that they just started spoiling it. Like, they didn't spoiler them at the start, and then they start spoiling it. It's like, I feel like that kind of... The point where you would need spoilers is long gone, isn't it? Yeah, so we scrolled through to the bottom. We got there. I wonder where that screenshot was, because I thought it was at the... I thought it was, like... here somewhere, but I guess I scrolled through it. Regardless, the point I was making was that Simon is insanely ethical as a main character. Given everything, he's so perfect for this game. I think he's probably my favorite protagonist in any game ever. Like, I don't think there's anyone who really competes, right? It's crazy to say, but he gets so many buffs because he's the protagonist of a harem game that revolves around him. He's not a creep. He's like, he's constantly taking the higher path to his detriment. There's so many things where, like, because of how the game is written, he's in a position to constantly undermine his character. But he manages to skirt a line of being interesting, compelling, and ethical. Oh, it's real. It's real good. But enough gushing about him. We're gonna get to him eventually in this list, towards the end, I guess. Antiala. Nothing character. Turns out that's disgusting. Yeah, everyone's seen this. Everyone has seen that. But Antiola, nothing character, shows up, turns out to be dead, doesn't exist, has a portrait, that's the only reason they're in here. Same tier as this. Funny that they're both from Sirantia. Balia, I think, is a solid A tier character. Balia is very one-note, but she's one-note in an interesting way. She's one-note in a way that I think a lot of authors would be too scared to write a character. If that makes sense. Let me explain my reasoning here. Balia is very close to the kind of the default autism stereotype, where she's the archetype of a distracted academic. Oh, it's you. I remember you because you showed up between the first and the second rounds while I was investigating orc mass conversion. She has one hyperfixation the entire game, and a lot of characters, or a lot of writers would want to write her to, like, grow beyond that. But what they do with her, I think, is a lot more interesting, which is that they write her in a way where she has this hyperfixation, and she wants to be more than it, but she can't, because that's just how her brain works. So you have a bunch of plot lines about the frustration that causes, and the stress and fear of being thrown out or hated for not being able to be social enough. She learns to be social. She doesn't, though. She doesn't at all. Like, even in the final thing, she doesn't catch social cues any better than she did at the start. She tries. She tries really hard, but she never manages to, like, overcome it. But people love her anyway. And I think that's way more powerful than like, overcoming her, like, autistic traits. She's very, very one-note, but the way they write that works super well with her priorities changing. Like, at the start, it's like she only cares about orc breeding because that's all she's ever known, and that's all she's ever been good at. But after she gets into the harem and learns how it feels to be loved, not just by Simon, but by the community, like the rest of the harem, she starts to feel guilty that she can't give them the attention that they give her. Like, she has many scenes where she's like, I can't even remember their names, and she feels awful about it. And I love that she can have those, and she can have those weaknesses, and she doesn't overcome them fully, right? Like, there's a few characters that she learns to enjoy being around, and that she learns the name of because of how they interact with her primary, hyperfixation. But I love the character arc of starting to fear falling out of the harem, starting to fear being too autistic to, be loved, and still not changing, but still being loved, Like, to me, she's a very endearing character. She's a very hopeful character. And the fact that she's written this way is one of those things where I think a lot of people would be too scared to write something like this. It's very easy to make this not compelling, and I think they manage super well. I think this is one of those things where, despite being so one-note, I think she might be one of the best examples of, like, an autistic savant trope I've ever seen in a game. It's just so compelling to me. It might help that I have autism too, but I don't think I lean towards her style of autism. Maybe Shat would disagree, but I don't think I do. I just find her exceptionally well written. I'm putting her in S. She's not a favorite character. Like, I don't think she's not gonna be a character that I remember and think about as, like, the forefront of this game. Which I guess Antarion won't be either. So he should probably go down a bit. But just from, like, a writing perspective, she's completely S tier in my mind. I'm gonna put Antarion down here for now. I want to keep the favorite character spot pretty sparse. Bertricia. I think under Akka, but above Anna, right? Like, she's not that interesting. She bounces off of Karina and Sarai pretty well, but that's about it, right? Like, she doesn't have that compelling of an arc herself. I put her in B. Do you think she's memorable? I don't think she's memorable at all. Like, sure, I have a bias for academic characters, but there's so many better examples. Like, she's not bad. She's a very whatever character to me. I think Anna, but like Anna is too. Akka gets a buff for being a harem member, which is why I put her in C, because she's a better character, but she also has so much more screen time to become a better character. We're not doing purely memorable, but like, she has an academic buff, and I still don't think I care for her that much, if that makes sense. Like, she's my type, my archetype that I enjoy a lot, and I still don't like her that much. Turn up the music volume a little bit. I would put Akka in B, just like reasonable characters in a mad world. The reason I have Akka down in C is that she stops really playing that role in the final quarter, I feel. She's like, she could be written out of the game almost entirely in the final quarter, and I don't think anything would change. She's a moral core of the party in the first quarter, which buffs her a bit. But also, we're probably going to move these around. But the fact that she's a main harem member that has some of the most screen time in the entire game, and she's still not interesting, means I put her in C. Like, she's a better character than both of these, but she has so much more screen time. She really should be, like, a full tier above, I think. This character's hot. I like her. I really like her design. But I don't think she got a chance to do that much. Maybe if we'd played more optimally and we could have seen the state of Sirantia with her having, like, taken power, maybe she'd be more interesting. As it stands, I think she's probably a worse character than Anna even. Role-wise, right? Like, she might be D tier, but I think I'd put her, like, lowest C, maybe. Meanwhile, like, 80% of Altina's lines aren't real. She died and lived pretty based. I'm not gonna let a bug change my placing of her. I'm gonna go back in the vault later, by the way, and check if it said she died, or if it was something like, oh, she's on the brink of death, or whatever, because it's crazy she's back. If it said she died, I'm gonna send in my save and be like, hey, what happened here? Why is she alive? I mean, she's not actively disappointing, but she's another one of those characters I really loved the design of, and I thought she had a ton of potential, and then she did nothing. Now, this is controversial, I think. Karina is the opposite of my... Like, she's the type of character I generally really, really dislike. I think she has had some of the best arcs in the entire game. She starts out naive. She starts out, like, her moral growth. Karina, not Katarina. She starts out from a very low point. Like, she's an archetype I really dislike. And she doesn't start out very exceptional in it either. But her relationship with the rest of the party. Like, she acts as she acts like a straight man much better than Aka. I agree, Munch. She plays that role better than Aka does. She also, like, in a comedy sense, she does it way more as well. Like whenever there's a like an Ivala line or a Nalili line, there's a good chance that she'll be the foil to their jokes in a way that I find pretty fun. Like, she's enjoyable to bounce off of in a way that Aka never really gets to be. But also, Aka doesn't really have like a moral trajectory in the story, whereas Karina has to change like all of her core values throughout the story, and she ends up being arguably like the most open-minded character in the entire harem. Her relationship with Nalili is endearing, and she started out decently annoying, and by the end of it, I think she's either she's a nothing character in a lot of scenes, but when she's there and has something to say, I think she generally adds to it like almost every time. For being an archetype I generally really dislike, she's exceptionally well written. Like, I feel like Aka just ends the joke while Karina often leaves it open for more. That's true as well. Like, I feel like she plays the roles that Aka tries to play better than Aka, while also having a much more compelling journey and much more interesting relationships with the rest of the harem. Like, compare and contrast Aka plus Sabefa versus Karina plus Nalili, right? Like, Karina and Nalili are so much more compelling and interesting than Aka and Sabefa. I feel like she's a very complex character, and I really like her for that. I can see your argument, but my personal bias against her prevents me from putting her higher than A. That's fair, that's fair. Again, I think a thing to realize here is that the favorite characters are going to be characters that I am very biased towards. Maybe I should even make like they're in both favorite character and one here. Because I don't think Karina... Like, I don't think I like her as much as I like Antarion or Alanon necessarily, from a, like, enjoyment perspective. But I have so much more respect for how well she's written, and I think she adds so much more to the plot and the story, that she has to be above them anyway. Are there multiple Daris in here? No, there's just one Dari. Dari is either high B or low A. Dari, to me, she joins late. She joins as a, like, carry-on character together with Vala, and she gets a very small role. But what they do with her role is good, and she has an interesting character arc outside of that, I think. More than anything else, I think she's either inoffensive or funny. And she's either not in a scene at all, or she's adding to it, if that makes sense. Like, Aka has a lot of scenes she's in without adding anything to them, or like being very, I am carrying the plot forward, I am the plot character type of thing, right? I'm the default one the author picks to say something that needs to be said to drive the plot forward, but not really, you know, infuse any real personality into it. Whereas Dari, to me, she's constantly good vibes, and I really like her character arc. I really like how she acts as a foil to Vala. Vala is a better character than Dari, spoilers, but Dari is more interesting because she goes an opposite direction to Vala, and they both went through similar things and came out of them opposite. I like how she shows on the side of the whole unwoman situation as well, like a contest to Vala. Yeah, exactly. Like, Dari, to me, feels like a character that was added on that makes Vala shine so much more as a character because of her existence. And then they still went on to do cool stuff with her when she could have just been an afterthought that was completely forgotten after that arc. So I think Dari is pretty high up. I'm gonna give her like really high B, I think. Really high B or maybe low A. She might move around. I'm gonna make a new tier. Oh. So, the issue with these characters isn't that they're bad. The issue with these characters is that they don't do anything. In a similar vein, you aren't a real character, and you aren't either. Both of you have so little screen time, and you're just fulfilling a role. You don't really get to see them as, like, an interesting character, right? Like, they drive the plot forward, but they don't do anything. All 4 of these fulfill that role. So, I'm gonna give them a Who tier, and we can save F for, like, genuinely despicably bad characters, right? I am considering moving her down, but she's staying in D for now. Lust Lord. Lust Lord. Lust Lord. High C or low B, I think. Probably high C. Probably high C. Probably mid C. So, the thing about him is, he, in the first Incubus King gathering, the first gathering with Yara, Kum, and Orkant, he's painted as arguably the second most threatening of the Incubus Kings in that conflict. But he doesn't live up to it, like, at all, and he kind of falls flat as a character. He doesn't have an interesting harem to, like, bounce off of, and his motivations are not given nearly as much time as any of the other Incubus Kings. But what he does and how his personality works, I think acts... Like, he has a very strong personality in every scene he's in. And he bounces off of the Anak and, what's it called? The Anak and... Estavan really well. In the scenes that he's there. He feels like a meme character. I feel like he feels like a character... Like, when he's introduced, I don't get a read of a meme character at all. I get a read of a character that's an idiot, but extremely powerful. Sort of like the Incubus Emperor, but kind of like in a slightly different direction. Like, he's arrogant as fuck, but he's clearly very powerful. He seems like, you know, a different type of idiot. More of like an insecure idiot than the Incubus Emperor. I think that's a cool type of, like, a character archetype. I think his potential is a bit squandered, so he remains low C, but he's not a bad character by any means. Warden of the South. I don't know what I feel about you. You're so intrinsically tied into New Javini and that plotline. But you feel like kind of a plot vehicle. Your personality never really gets explored beyond not wanting to be a political pawn, which, you know, who would want to be that? But like, if I take your role in the story and I superimpose Orilici over you, you would be a 10 billion times more interesting character, if that makes sense. Like, if you just took that personality and put it in the exact same character arc, I think you walk out with a much more compelling character. And even if I do the same thing with Aka, and I say Aka with her personality is in the same spot, I think you also get more interesting developments then. I think you're arguably under Bertricia. You might be under the Lust Lord, but I think it's, like, honestly a toss-up. I think I like the Lust Lord a little bit more, but these two are very close. The thing is, you're very fucking sweet. Like, your scenes are sickly sweet, and you're very wholesome, and you're a good addition to the party, but you're also completely inoffensive in every way. And you have very little to say. I feel like your role is made redundant by every other academic in the party, whereas the Lust Lord has a lot more oomph to him. Now, this is crazy. First A character. You get almost no screen time, but you're the most interesting out of every High Priestess, aside from Sarai, which is, you know, cheating. You feel like a real person, like jaded old woman, very jaded, smart old woman, politically savvy, intelligent, not hostile, not intrinsically hostile to anyone, more like looking out for your own interests. And you get like no screen time, but every single time you were on screen, you were a baller. Even when you were against me and being annoying, you were a baller. Are you as iconic as these characters? No. But I think in terms of hits, it's like I can't think of a single scene where I wasn't excited to see you talk. If that makes sense. I don't even think there were very many scenes where I thought whatever about seeing you talk. I just cared a lot about what you had to say because of your character writing. Which is good stuff. Like that is the sign of a good character, especially given the low amount of time you get to shine. You're probably gonna be high A, would be my guess. Esther is really interesting. I really, really, really like Estera. But I feel like she lacks a decisive conclusion. No, I don't even... This is one of the hardest characters to rank in the game, I think. The thing about her is she has a magnetic personality in the first gathering. The entire first time you're in the Orgasmic Empire, when you're Simon as a slave, it's extremely hard to get a read on her. And that segment... Spoiler alert, I think the segment where you're Simon as a slave is probably my favorite segment in the entire game. It's either... It's probably... It's definitely a top 5. It's easily in the top 5. It might not be the absolute best, but it's easy top 5. And a lot of that is because of the uncertainty you have with Estera. Now, that wasn't captured on my playthrough, because I'd already done that on my own time when I played through it the first time. So I already knew when we streamed this that she was going to be like a good character, join us. It's not really made that clear where she stands. And the way she sets you up with Nalili, and the way she bounces off of Nalili and Simon throughout the game, I think is really good. I like that she hates being looked down on by the other Incubus Kings. I also love how she's a very depressed character. But it's not in a, like, boo-hoo, sucks to be me, more in a, like, yeah, bitch, I'm depressed, what are you gonna do about it? Take it or leave it. And the characters do take it or leave it, except Simon, who, you know, fixes her eventually, to a large degree. She has so much more screen time than Alanon and Antarion that, like, in terms of objectively how good of a character she is, I'd say she's easily better than both of them. But she also has so much more to work with. Like, there's like 2 entire arcs that revolve around her. Which I guess technically Antarion gets 1 arc that revolves around him at the very, very end. So, you know, maybe that is closer than I think. But I think because of how much time is invested in her, and her not really being as interesting as Karina or Valia to me, I think she's low S. But she's a surprisingly good character, is what I'll say. I feel like there were many opportunities to drop the ball with her in a similar vein to Altina or Akka. Like, given her role in the plot, it's kind of crazy that she stays as relevant and as interesting compared to these 2 characters. A lot of it helps with her being considered like one of our special resources, a la Wendy's and Sabitha, but it's still kind of crazy how good of a character she remains. So she's low S for me. Now I'm gonna refill my drink and go to the bathroom real quick, then we're continuing. So give me a little bit of a break. You should also stand up and stretch. It's been almost exactly 2 hours, so it is definitely stand-up time, so you don't hurt your joints by being an old woman sitting for too long. I'm back. I had to take a break before the goat, Now, you might get mad at me. You might get really mad at me. Estevan is boosted by the fact that he is a parody of a trope I am very familiar with. And that trope is one I really like. And I think he does a really, really, really good job of being that. But what really elevates him is that he's such a motherfucker. He is not the worst character in terms of like morality, the most terrifying, but he's probably number 2. He's probably number 2. And he's interesting because he's so like fueled by an inferiority complex, but he still managed to be the scariest of them in terms of like gameplay, right? Like it was a quick in and out, and he's still the one guy who managed to kill a party member. And I think the way that he does it, despite how optimal we were playing at that point, like how recently we had stopped being on the guide, he just feels really scary. Like, he's an isekai protagonist in this world, acting exactly like a standard isekai protagonist would. Like, honestly, what makes him so compelling to me is that I parallel him with the protagonist of Shield Hero. Like, Estevan to me is a isekai protagonist acting exactly like the default isekai protagonist would, in a world that's a little bit more extreme than most isekais. And that's what makes him so fucking terrifying. Like, if this guy had gotten an Incubus shard, he would have become Estevan. If that makes sense. Like, he technically gets, like, a good power, and he's convinced he's, like, the good guy. But he's so close to being the same personality type if you, like, make a few small changes. And the fact that so little is required, like, it's so easy to insert any isekai protagonist into this guy. That's what makes him so compelling to me, is the fact that he feels like someone who's just playing the game. Like, he's playing catch-em-all in a standard harem. Gotta get every archetype. I mean, if you want, like, an exact comparison, this is sort of like if Rance was put into this game. But he manages to tread the line of not being played for comedy. Like, he's one of the funniest characters in the game. Okay, so let me distill this down as much as I can. Estevan is one of the funniest characters in the game in terms of jokes at his expense, right? Like, there's so many jokes that are set up at his expense, and you could just make that a one note, like, haha, an isekai protagonist got an Incubus King power, haha, funny. His name is the Fucklord, that's crazy, no one takes him seriously. But that fuels his insecurity, which ends up making him one of the scarier Incubus Kings. And he's unpredictable in how he acts, he's powerful, he's consistently fucked up. The fact that he took away sexuality for his entire country and removed the ability to copulate, kept sexuality, but removed the ability to have sex or relieve it in any way. And then, for example, made his harem, like, you know, one of them has to smile because that fits the archetype. she constantly tells you to kill her, to free her from the misery, but like with a smile and a happy voice, you know? He is terrifying, but he's such a simple concept, and he's so easy to insert all the isekai protagonists. I think he's arguably the best executed Incubus King. No, I wouldn't even say arguably. I think he is the best executed Incubus King. He's not the most interesting one, but for what he is, he hits every single note. And he adds so much to every other character. Like, the way Anak plays into him, like, your attempts at mockery are foiled by the fact that we had someone named the Fucklord here last time. Like, that joke only works because of Estevan. Estevan is giga. I love him. He's insanely cool. Does that mean I endorse him? No. This character is almost in the Who tier, but he's kind of a shill dude. He starts out not being a shill dude, and he's painted in a way that's like pretty negative, but then he ends up only being a shill dude throughout the game. I like him. Do I know his name? No, which is why he should probably be in the Who tier. But I think he's one of the cooler characters to come out of New Javini. He might be a D tier character. I don't like him as much as these. This guy would be in the Who tier if he wasn't part of the Tina plot right at the end. Yeah, I agree. Him being in the Tina plot and then also in the final... The things he said in the final Spirit Bomb, he was like, it seems you're fighting against someone trying to manipulate us again. Like, I'll help for this. I was like, dang, you're the GOAT. Started out kind of wacko, but you're the GOAT. He's not actively disappointing. He's like the lowest of C, I think. I'll just have an S tier. Oh, well. Oh my god! There we go. That's confusing. I think the only thing I really need to we can figure out the rest of them later, but there has to be a good pun with A and S where you write it like this. Wait, there's a better one. Okay. Stenai. What do I think of this girl? She's better than Biyue. She has more of a not more of a personality. She has more screen time. And I like what we do with her. She's likable. I feel okay. This is gonna sound silly. These two are so similar. However, I never really had to invest in Stenai in the way I invested in Serantia. So the fact that I didn't get a payoff with Biyue tilts me like insanely hard. Whereas I did get a payoff with her. Like, she's kind of just like a good character throughout. Whereas BUE doesn't do anything. And the promise of the like political party never goes anywhere. So I like her more than BUE as a result. Even though I like BUE's design and personality more than like her. But she gets like plus points for not being like slightly disappointing. BUE gets boosted because it's not her fault that she's disappointed, whereas it is Altina's fault that Altina is disappointing. Second A tier character. No, high B. Yeah, high B tier character, I think. Filial is cool. But she doesn't really do anything. The thing is, okay, this game would be improved immediately, frame 1, if you switched Janine and Filial. Like, if you just took Janine and Filial and you swapped their relationship in the story and their you know, role in the story. You put Filial's personality where Janine is. Filial would be a favorite character. But Filial gets to do jack shit, you know? So she kind of gets screwed over by that fact. But if she got to do anything, she would easily clear S, I think. I think I want to put her at lower A. She has even less to do than Dari. But every single time she speaks, she's great. If that makes sense. Like, I just in the same way that she's A, because everything she does is, like, I'm excited to see her speak. I get the same thing with Filial. Filial doesn't get to do anything, but she's so good when she talks, you know? Like, almost every line of dialogue with her is good. Especially when she's just introduced and you're not sure exactly what read to get on her. And you can, like, play into sort of the energy she's putting out. And the more of a freak you are, the more she likes you. Yeah, I like her. The geopolitical realities stop her from being S, but she gets to be low A. Like, in reality, she's probably a worse character than Dari. But I like her more, and if she had proper screen time, she would easily be above Dari. Bit of a subjective list. It depends kind of how you want to rate it. I think you gotta give her some props for being potential woman. But not in a bad way. This is potential woman derogatory. This is potential woman positive. I really like this character. I like the way she bounces off of Yara. I like the things she says. I like the archetype she is. I like the way she's part of like the early Sirantia plot. And I like the... I like everything about her. But she really does do jack shit. Fuani is, however, always reliable. Like, she's the quintessential maid character. And she does it well. I really like Fuani. I think she gets pretty good for the same reason that Andra does. Where she has no screen time. And she doesn't have the magnetism that these two characters do. But she's just really good. You know? Like these two have magnetism. These two I wanted to see talk more, and I wanted to get more in the game. I really wish they got a bigger spotlight. I don't care that she didn't get a spotlight, but what she did get, I really liked. So she gets a bitty good. I have the exact same feelings about this character. What's her name? It's Isn't it like Suani or something? Oh, what was her name? There's too many characters in this game. Is there no Eustrain here? I don't see a Eustrain at all. Wait, there's no place for her at all. That's crazy. Council of Goonfall, Ardford, Stanai, other locations. Huh. Maybe I'm just blind, but I can't see her at all. Yeah, there's just no tag for her. Is she in here? Oh, it's Galvia. Although not much has been developed yet. It seems likely that she'll have further relationships with the group, especially with Hilstara. About that. No, she's like down here. She's really there. She's a character I like more than these, but she also doesn't get to do anything. And unlike, honestly, I should put up Anna. Anna is a character that you're meant to dislike, but she plays the role so well. Like, the more I think about it, these characters kind of don't play a role nearly, like, they're not nearly as interesting as Anna. Like, I don't like Anna more than a C. Like, in terms of how much I like Anna, she's definitely in C, but she's a pretty good character, if that makes sense. Like, Anna is just a well-written character, and she has a role, and she bounces off the rest of the cast. I think without her, the story is markedly worse. She provides a great point of friction, which is not something I feel about any of these characters. You could kind of take or leave any of them. You can replace the Lust Lord with anyone else, and I don't really care that much. But Anna is a character that kind of has to exist. I think she's pretty good. Had to wait until you beat everybody and had a multi-year time skip to do anything? Yup. I think Inasta is in the pretty good tier. She's like arguably disappointing, just because I had so much hope for her. But I really like her relationship with Simon. I like the way that you have to make her see reason. And I love the way, like, the way she joins the harem without copulating with Simon, and the way they grow closer afterwards, is all written really well. And I like that apparently you can't max her. And I think that's great, because the way she plays a role in the final scenes, and the fact that you have to go find her because she's unsure if she deserves a place in the harem. Like, she has a role, and she's antagonistic toward that role in a way that I find compelling. She's a very compelling character, but I don't like her that much, if that makes sense. She's definitely better than everyone below her. Is how I would put it. She plays a similar role, or she doesn't play a similar role, but she has similar dynamics to Dari, except my hopes for her were much higher. I think Inasta is pretty good. She's like simultaneously pretty good and disappointing, if that makes sense. But the pretty good outweighs... She's only disappointing because of how good she ended up being, if that makes sense. She also has such a good intro. She acts as this mysterious force for the first, half of the game. And she's the first and only other force against the Incubus Kings that we get to see for so long. Like, she's the only one doing jack shit as a hero against them, aside from us, for ages. And I think that also gives some plus points, because she ends up being a big part of the intrigue early on in the game, before you get to know her. The killing the Skull Pounder in the first gathering, and then disappearing, and then you get to see signs of her every now and then. I think it's pretty good. I like her. I hate to do it to you, Gurbak, but you're really not that... Like, you're good. And I like you. But it still feels generous to give you A. I think you might be here. Like... Oh, Go back. You make me happy. In a way that these two don't. And I wish there was more to you. In the same way that I wish it for both of these two other ones. And I don't necessarily for Dari or Ginasta. I just don't think you had a big enough role to warrant S. The core of your character is tied to Taran Khan, and you help make the region more interesting, but you feel like a character that was dreamt up to fill a role more so than anything else. Like, it feels like Sierra Lee thought, there needs to be a character for this. Let me make one, and then introduced him, if that makes sense. He's either high pretty good. Honestly, I might put him here. I know I potioned him, but like... The difference is that he has so much more screen time than these. And I still think Ginasta is more interesting than him. And I think Dari is more interesting than him. I think the core of his problem is that he never gets conflict. He's just kind of right, if that makes sense. This might be a consequence of how well we invested in Taran Khan, but he never has a setback, aside from the fact that he died at the end, but that was my fault. And we did save him, so, you know. But in terms of his, like, democratic ideals, everything just kind of works out for him. And he just kind of sits at the sideline and goes, "Ah, isn't it wonderful that the thing that we were doing worked out? I hope that one day we can be fully independent and not require your aid." And that's kind of his character for the last, like, entire arc. You know what? The more I think about it, the more I'm sad about him. But you know what's crazier? I think really this is what it should be. Because I was comparing him to these two, and I was like, no, he's clearly better than these two. And then I thought about Anna, and I was like, no, Anna is a more important character, and one I like more than Grubak. So really, this might be the climb of Anna more than anything else. Because he's clearly better than these two, but... I would have loved for him to become a cynic about the masses for no particular reason. Yeah, I don't necessarily want him to be a cynic. I just wish that he got to have, like, an adversary. Like, if you wrote him in the way he is, but gave him a proper counterpart in the democracy to, like, bounce off of, I think he could have been a great character. But he just kind of is there alone, chilling, saying, "Hey, we're winning. Boys, we're winning. We keep winning." And that's not the most interesting. Tierlist times? Yes. We finished the game, and we booted it up in the post-game for the final time. So now we're doing tier lists of the characters. This is the final Last Sovereign stream. But yeah, no, Grubak, he's a cool character. In terms of vibes, he's like an S. But in terms of actual character writing and like how important I think he is and like how much I actually ended up liking him, he's here. His vibes are amazing, immaculate, but everything aside from his vibes are pretty bad. This character is so boosted. This character is so fucking cheating. This might be the most boosted character. Having the Princess Maker game about her is the only reason she's even remotely in contention. She's so insanely boosted. I think part of it is that she, unlike almost all of these characters, like honestly, unlike every single character in this tier, Dari and Ginasta sort of included. Like, think about it this way. Grinif having the Princess Maker parody game gives her more opportunity to bounce off of the entire harem than Dari got throughout the entire game. And arguably Ginasta gets more, but it's like, not by that much. But Grinif gets so boosted by that part. And I kinda really like her archetype as well. I hate to do it. I think she has to be A. It's like, if you think about these characters as like potential versus reality, she capped out her potential. There's no universe where she's above these characters. Whereas there are universes where Ginasta is like a favorite character or an S tier character. Or Dari is an exceptional character. Like, their potential is much higher than Grinif. But Grinif really got to cap out her potential. Archetype? Sure. Yeah, I like Bratz. What of it? No, I dig her. She's a cool character. This is one of those spots that might not be deserved, but so I might move her around later, but intuitively right now, I think she's a low A. You get a bunch of screen time, I still don't know who you are. You're like the biggest who. Because you got, in comparison to these four, you have so much more screen time. You have more screen time than these fucks. Like, you have so much screen time. But who? Whomst? Motherfucker, you don't do anything. I don't even know your name. You were the central character of Goonfall, and I still don't care about you. Maybe even F, honestly. Honestly, you might be the first F, because you're too big of a character to be a who. Is that fair? I think she might have to be F. Like, she's either who or F. Because she's such a whatever character. Like, who is more fair? But she has so much screen time. She also has no potential. Like, if you contrast her to the to the Succubus Knight here, I forgot the name of. They kind of get introduced at similar times and have similar jobs in the story, and she's a billion times better. I'm putting her in F. She's not even disappointing. She's just bad. Like, I know why she's in the story, but she feels like you could superimpose any other character on top of her, and I would care for them more. Now here's a fucking spicy one. Here's a giga spicy character. And she's so hard to place. However, I hate to do it. No, okay, I'm not even gonna hint at it. Let me sit in my mind palace. I need to sit in my mind palace for a second and really go through Hester in the plot. So, in my mind, I separate Hester from before and after. The before you know and the after you know. And I think she's an easy S before you know. And I think she's a bitty good after you know. I think she deserves to be top of A. Her motivations are interesting before she explains them. Her actions are interesting before she explains them. And then she's kind of whatever in the end. Like, if I contrast her to Sestris, I think she's way less interesting than Sestris. The main thing is that she's just right. She's kind of boosted by being just right. Like, the thing is, she's not an interesting character to me after she becomes the main villain. Does that make sense? She stops being an interesting character when she starts talking like the main villain. But she's also just right about everything. Which makes it hard to, like, hate her in any way. So it's difficult because she's not an interesting character, but she's a very good villain. So, like, if you separate her from her character writing, and just take her villain role, she's probably the best villain in the game. Second best or best villain in the game. But she's such a whatever character. But she's so boosted by the first half of the game as well. I think this feels fair. She's in a really rough spot. Because, like, here's the funny part. If you can do Cersei's after her, I think I would have liked her more if I fought her before Cersei's. There's a chance that, like, an alternate playthrough of this game, where I made some slight different choices, I would have put her, like, Giga S tier. I just really don't like her final confrontation. But throughout the game, I think she's an exceptional villain. But I don't think she's better written than Balia or Karina. Yeah, she's middle S. She's middle S. I wish some of her powers were more explained. She felt kind of like she pulled out a bunch of bullshit at the end compared to Cersei's. Which I didn't super enjoy, but no, she's S. Now, this is going to make people mad, I think. Ylstara is easily one of my all-time favorite characters in the game. Because she is the moral core of the entire party. More so than Simon. She's also the adult in the room in so many scenarios. She's also the character that always remains cool, regardless of the situation. She feels like a soldier through and through. In a similar way that, like, Akka feels kind of like she's a static character that like remains the same throughout. But whereas Aka has all the reasons to change and doesn't, and it's a disappointment, kind of. The more I think about it, the more I want to move down Aka a tier, because she had so much potential. But Hilstara feels to me like a character that shouldn't have been in the party. Like, she should have been let go after her arc was complete, and she just hung out with the big boys and managed to stay the moral core, stay, like, unfazed by all the evil going on. She's also arguably, like, aside from the academic characters that, like, do research and shit, I think Hilstara might be the wisest out of all the characters in the party. Like, Hilstara is consistently the GOAT. Her own personal quests are interesting. Her relationship with so many characters in the harem are interesting. She's also keeping it real against, like, other people constantly. Again, my favorite line in the entire game, I think, second favorite, I think, is the line where she goes, "Boo fucking who? You would kill for a power like this. Are you really saying you wouldn't fuck for it?" Which is one of those things that I only like because it made me think. I was like, oh yeah, right. Games have desensitized me to violence and murder. And it really is like, on a tier list, murder is final. It is like the worst thing you can do. Or the most final thing you can do, at least. And Hilstara constantly keeps it real. And I think in a situation where Aka was, as a character, designed to change, the demonic form, growing from being like a backwater girl without any real knowledge aside from being like a bounty hunter, Hilstara to me feels like a character that knows exactly who she is. She's an adult. She's like 40. She's 42, I think, in the story. And the fact that I know her age is a sign that I cared enough to think about it. I do not know Aka's age. And she is a protector type. And she just said, no, I'm gonna do my fucking role against anything. And I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. You know, like, she's not a character that demands screen time. But anytime she is on screen, she's exceptional. Hilstara is easily one of my favorite characters in the game, and I think that was gonna be controversial because, but you say, in my head, she's the female version of Simon in a good way. I wouldn't say that. I think Robin is a closer version of Simon than Hilstara. I think they have quite a lot of differences in their character, but she is just so good. Also, the more I think about it, the more I think I have this thing where, purely objectively, I think Aka is a much better character than Altina. No, I find Altina way more disappointing than I find Aka, I think. No, this is annoying, because Altina at least gets, like, a level up and a time to shine in the final battle. The fact that Aka gets fuck all is even worse somehow. Maybe that's a result of me not doing her quest, but, like, she really does jack shit. Aka is a much better character than Altina, but she also had more potential. So I'm less happy with Aka. But I'm gonna keep her incompetent because she does have a character arc. It's just finished earlier in the story, whereas I feel like Altina never even gets a character arc. Like, the stuff they do with Aka is good. The demon form stuff, the insecurity stuff, the, like, I'm constantly feeling like I'm outclassed stuff is good. She's competently written, I just wish there was more of her. Whereas this is actively disappointing. But yeah, Hilstara, favorite character. She's also over Estevan, by the way. She's easily over Estevan. Oh, this is so hard. I can't justify you higher than this. Iris, you are in almost exactly the same position as, I think her name is Hirin, right? You're in almost exactly the same position where every time you speak, I like hearing you talk. But unlike her and Filiel, you had potential for a lot more. But I really like you. I just think you're way more replaceable than an Astera. And despite your good relationship with Miguel, it is way less compelling than these two, and less relevant than hers with Nalili and Simon. You're a very feels-good character. If we were ranking these by feels good, you'd be S tier. Like, you're one of my happy place characters. You make me, every time you're on screen, I like it, and most of what you say is funny or relevant or good. But you don't do enough to warrant more than this. I'm sorry. But I really like you. You still a strong performance. There are people in the harem that are lower than you. Speaking of, Janine. One of the few characters I actively dislike in this game. One of the few characters I actively really dislike in this game. Janine feels like a character that had a character arc with a goal at the end of it, where she becomes a very good character. And then they cut it off at like the arc is supposed to be a parabola. She's supposed to go down and then grow and then become a real character afterwards. And they stopped in the middle of the most annoying part of her character arc. And they said, this is where you are for the rest of the game. Your entire character from the point that you join Simon properly, or like your RP's maxed out onward, your whole character arc is, I'm worried and I'm sorry for not being good enough. That's it. That's all you are. You are uninteresting, and you're a massive disappointment compared to where I feel like you should have ended up. Like, the way your character arc was going, I felt like you were going to take cues from, like, a Filiel and become sort of that role towards the end. Like, it was completely valid to have the thoughts you had at the start. But you're constantly such a Debbie Downer. Really don't like Janine. It sucks to say, but a character I actively dislike, and I don't like. Again, I think if you substitute her with Filiel, just exact same character arc, but you have Filiel there instead, infinitely more compelling character. The amount of effort that is put into your story compared to where you end up as a character is miserable to me. And this might be like a personal thing, because I could see a bunch of characters be like, I'm happy that... Like, you can make a similar argument to Balia, where Balia has her weaknesses, and she doesn't grow from them, but she's still allowed to be in the harem anyway. You can make a similar argument for Janine. The difference is that you're a classically trained ruler with the pedigree for manipulation and, like, rulership, and you still act like this. Like, that's unacceptable to me. If you could lock in and then lock out, you would be a good character. There are times where, like, she's like, oh, did you forget I'm competent? And I'm like, yeah, I forgot you're competent because you never act competent. Like, if you locked in and went into gamer mode and said, I'm going to rule and be optimal and do the shit that needs to be done, and, like, you had, like, a personality switch where you were locked in, and then you go out and you're like, I'm worried I didn't do well enough, that would be compelling. But you lock in, and you're still like, yeah, I did all these things, but I'm worried I wasn't good enough constantly. I just don't like you. You're probably my most disliked character. At least one of them. I'm sorry to say. Who? Whomst. Giga Whomst. I know who you are. I know your role. You're kind of compelling during the small plot you're in. But you have no plot significance aside from a very, very minor part in Goonfall. And unlike every other High Priestess, you're never consulted for anything again after. Maybe you would have been if you actually went to power. I mean, the reason that you stay a Who is that we stopped you from attaining any power whatsoever. But you don't do anything. You're a Giga Who. Kirani is, Kirani I found way more interesting than Hirin at the start. And she has a lot more potential, I think. Or she had a lot more potential with the way that she's kind of like vibes-based. Just going around and saying stuff, right? Like, she's not a character that goes on reason. She just kind of has the vibes. And if there was more plot with her, where she got a chance to show that in like a core way, you would be cool. But actually, I think you're kind of like a... You're an okay character. You were good when you were on screen, but you never had the presence and the gravitas that Hirin had. You only have... Like, you... It's funny, because, like, your hit rate is almost equally good. In the arc where it's you versus her, you're both equally compelling. But the instant the arc is over, you're so a non-entity, whereas she retains the good vibes and, like, the presence. In your own arc, I really was locked to my seat hearing you talk. And I was intrigued by you as a character. But as soon as that arc passed, you kind of blink off the radar and you're a nothing character. Whereas Hirin is big vibing up in A tier every time. The vibes say investing millions into Cyrantia isn't a good idea. Well, apparently it managed to revive Biyue from the dead. But yes, I'm sad that our investment didn't work out as well as it could have. Now, okay, I might have been wrong by saying Hilstar is a favorite character. Chaos joins Giga late. Like, Lilith joins Giga late. But every single scene she's in, I adore. Her connection to... is Meston a separate character here? No, we're past Meston in the character arc thingy, right? Yeah, Meston isn't its own separate character. Tragic. Wait, can you add a character? Add additional images. Yes, okay. We're gonna add Meston. Oh, what? 1 second. There we go. Meston. Meston is his own character. Did you finish the game? I did. We finished the final stream. We're doing a tier list of all the characters now. 225 hours was the length of the game. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say Lilith joins really, really, really late. Her relationship with Meston is some of the best writing in the game. Her as a character is consistently funny. She's the best party member mechanically. And she has the same chaos vibes that Trin do, but she gets more of a chance to show it off. I don't think she deserves to be S tier. Like, if she was objectively ranked, I would do A probably, but she is a favorite character. I think her hit rate is some of the highest in the game, especially for how late she joins. If Cumdump or whatever her name is higher than F, I just don't know. Cumdump is one of the best characters in the game. She's going to be high. I will tell you already. Her name is one thing. Her as a character is a very different way. In what way? You haven't played the game. Her dialogue is fucked up, bro. No. She is a autistic savant character. And she has some of the most tragic backstory in the entire game. But she constantly remains positive despite that. She didn't pick her name. Her name was forced on her by people abusing her. And she kind of reclaimed it without understanding really what it meant. And a lot of people question it. But, like, she's constantly... She is... In a way, she's a moral core of the party. Like, what's a good comparison? Who would I liken her to? Funnily enough, like, I kind of want to liken her to, like, Sam in Lord of the Rings. In terms of, like, what role she has in the long-time plot. She doesn't fit at all personality-wise, but, like, that's kind of, like, the role she has in the party. And I think she's a very well-written character. The name ends up being like a joke at first that just ends up being a cool character building moment at the end. Like, I think she's one of the best characters in the game. I just don't get the game, I guess. I just giga cringe whenever she spoke, but I'm neurophobic or whatever. Yeah, I mean, she is the idiot savant character. Like, if I wait, TV tropes. We gotta see. There has to be a TV trope for The Last Sovereign. I've even searched for it, apparently. Can I get her on Idiot Savant? Genius Ditz. Despite her peculiarities, Kum possesses an intuitive talent with magic, even though she often describes what she's doing only as pretty shinies. Where's the... Talking to the Fucklord's harem, each conversation is played for darkly comedic laughs, all at the Fucklord's expense. And at the end of the line is a little girl, which is just plain tragic. Only lightened up by cum at the end. The nicknamer... Yeah, she does do that. Skewed priorities. Cumdump, later named Cumdump, has been captured by a garrison of church soldiers and forced to live as a sex slave. Her main concern is how boring and lackluster the men are. Which is because she's a succubi. I'm surprised that they don't have an Idiot Savant line for her. Care Bear's there. The Ditz, she is the Ditz. Hidden Depths, yup. Idiot Savant! Kum has a really hard time understanding the world around her, with the implication that this is due to some form of mental disability. However, she's also a magical savant, able to see magical fields with her sight alone, and is able to instantly learn complicated magic. I don't know. Her role in the story is just really well done. When Simon first encounters her, she's mostly clueless about everything but sex, and doesn't even realize she possesses magical power. It's implied that he and Yar are the first people in her life who have ever shown any acknowledgement of her innate magical talent and encouraged her to cultivate it. And she slowly becomes far more confident. And by chapter 4, she's called on to give her own opinion on magical matters, almost as much as Riala. She's kind of like she lives a horrible fucking life. Her name was given to her by another succubi claiming that she would never be anything more than a Cumdump, which in succubi vernacular is being called someone with no outstanding features or future. However, thanks to Simon and the rest of the harem, she's able to become her own person with an amazing niche due to her supreme talent at analyzing and copying magic by pure sight, thus making her name her own. She is she plays for comedy constantly. Whenever things are dark, she's like she's the core holding the vibes together. Like everyone else is turbo depressed and she keeps the vibes up. I love Kum. She's a very good character. I understand why her talking makes you cringe, but she is suffering from mental disabilities for sure, for sure. Well, we were doing character order. Meston didn't exist, so we added him. Lilith is S. Meston is also S. Meston, in fact, might be... like, his character arc is so fucking good. It's so good. And the fact that they don't like, they even fake out his return twice. And the fact that they have the guts to let him stay dead just elevates his arc so hard. The fact that you genuinely start to care for him, not only is he the carrier of, like, if you want to do hit rate in terms of comedy, he's probably the funniest character in the game. His whole shtick is great. The fact that he starts out as a comedy character, and you slowly start to see kind of like the tragic underpinnings of his character, and then he's yanked away from you before you can save him. And it's used in such a fucking good way, because he dies and he shines a light on how absurd it is that the only reason he dies is that he can't join your harem. If he was a girl, he would be perfectly fine. The only reason he's dead is because he couldn't become a harem member. I think his character arc is probably the best one in the entire game. I really like Meston. Good luck with your rating. Gonna head out and let you guys do your thing. Excited to see what the next game is. If you haven't left yet, Rev, I can show you what the next game is. It's Endacopia. We're gonna be playing Endacopia as the next game. If you want to look it up, get a vibe for what the thing is, if it's something you're interested in. Might have left already. I was cleaning my eyes, so, or like, looks cool. Crazy. Looks cool. Is it porny? No. I don't suspect I'm gonna play any adult games or like any porn games on stream again. I think the only reason I did this one is because I think it's a one-of-a-kind game. It's not because I wanted to play a porn game. It would take something very special for me to consider another porn game. At the moment, there's nothing on the horizon that I would that would motivate me to do it. But yeah, no, that is not in any way a porn game. We have to play Meat and Fuck Kingdom for sure. But no, Meston, at the moment, I think strongest character arc. Every time he's on screen, I loved him. It's great. It's great. You're competent. You're not bad. You have no role, basically, but you have a nice, happy relationship with, whatever the fuck his name is. I forgot his name, but you're a very whatever character, but you're a bit better than the Who characters, I think. See you around, Rev. I like you, vibes-wise. You're either a Who, but like the best Who, also you're like the worst Who, so you should be there. Yeah, you should be there. You're either the top of Who, or you're like here. Yeah, I think this is right. You're probably here. Thing is, you do nothing, but what you do is good. Yeah, let's do it like this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Miss Succubus Elf. I don't think you have a very compelling character arc, but I like you on screen every time. And you've never, like, your hit rate in terms of positive, like, interactions that are memorable is fairly low. But in terms of negative things about you, there's, like, nothing. You're, like, decidedly a good character in every interaction. There's nothing bad about you, but you're just, like, solidly good. But I never felt like I wanted more of you, if that makes sense. Anna gets plus points for playing a really difficult role to write well. Like, I like you as a character more than Anna, but Anna is way more impressive. And I think she's a better character, if that makes sense. So even though you're more enjoyable, in the same way that, like, Andra is more enjoyable than all these motherfuckers, but she's not a better character, I think I have to put you under Anna. But, like, you just aren't... You're a very mild character, if that makes sense. You're very mild. There's little to you, but you're good. Actually, let me do this there. Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. This is meant to be Kalant. This is Kalant before he turns. So this is Kalant's portrait. What do we think of Kalant? I really, really wish you had more to do in the... I really wish I got to see you after you had become king and, like, in 10 years. I really wish I got to see the follow-up where you were king for 10 years and had gotten your confidence, and you and Tina were a wonderful pair that, like, had experience. But because I didn't get to see that, you're just, like, solidly pretty good. You're worse than Grubak, but you're better than these two, I think. You're pretty good. Tina, as a character, is really fucking good, but, like, you're decent. I think, if that makes sense. This one I don't think is very controversial. Miguel is S tier. Miguel is a fucking fantastic character. One of the things I adore most about Miguel is the fact that they withhold her backstory for so long. And they don't make a big deal out of it. It's just something she says in confidence to Simon when she started trusting him enough. Her entire arc is fantastic. I also love how she starts out antagonistic toward us. Reasonably so because of Yara. But she also becomes, like... In terms of importance, she's by far the most important party member Simon gets. Without her, we're doomed immediately. Missed it, but agree with Miguel. However, Kalant should be A tier because he's the GOAT. I said it, but I think Kalant doesn't... Kalant would be A tier, or S tier even, if we got to see him after he gets... He's become confident as a ruler. I feel like his character arc ends up half completed, if that makes sense. Because we don't get to see him after he becomes confident. The final conversation with him and Tina feels like I need to see him after 10 more years, if that makes sense. I think he's good. He has a really compelling hook at the start, but he doesn't do enough with it. And what makes him good is tied to Tina a lot more than it's tied to him. And Tina, I think, is going to place a little bit higher, we can say. Mifwin is disappointing to me. This character had potential to do something and is painted as like an antagonist, but it's just a fucking joke. You might even be F tier, but I think you're a bit better than these two. You're not as aggressively, like, bad, You just had potential to be a real character, and you weren't allowed to. And unlike these characters, you're very much a proper antagonizing force for quite a while. So you're disappointing. I just have very little to say about you because you don't get a chance to do anything, unfortunately. But you're more than a who for sure. You're better than these characters. You're very sweet. I like you a lot. Your character arc is really cute, but your character arc is cute in a way where I mostly think Miguel gets the plus points for that, not you as a character. You're kind of like the puppy you find at the road, and it's like, oh, I love the puppy. Yeah, but is the puppy a good character? Not really. It's just we are predisposed to really love puppies, you know? Like, you get a cuteness bonus, and you get a, like, found at the side of the road bonus. Like a pathetic bonus, but you're not that interesting of a character. So you're pretty low, despite being entirely positive. Like, I like you, but you're not that good. Oh, I wish I could have seen the 100% Mifwin conversation. Like, I think if your conclusion with 100% relationship is good enough, I would bump you up to S. I think you are really good. I really like you as a character. I really wish I got to see your 100% like RP, your maxed out conversation value discussion. I really wish I could have seen that. Honestly, it might be one of those things I go back, like grab a save just to see kind of how she is in that sense. But you're a very good character. Honestly, you're probably better than Iris. No, Iris is... They're very close. They're siblings on the tier list. They're definitely siblings. I really, really like you. And I feel like I would have put you higher than... I think I would have put you top of A if your capstone 100 RP conversation was really good. She mostly feels like a whatever character in the later stages. I think her plan to bomb the Incubus Lords and the way that makes you want to stall and trust her and the gameplay implications of that were really cool. I think it's one of the cooler segments in the game. I also think her relationship to Simon and to Ivala is really well written until like she joins the party. When she joins the party, she doesn't get that much stuff to do, but she gets about the same as Ivala. And she, unlike Ivala, is much more of a character before she joins the party. Ivala is nothing before she joins the party. This character has a lot of time to shine throughout the story, and I still think that her suicide bomb play is really well done. I like her a lot. I'm putting her in A. I understand why you'd say that. I also agree that she's less of a character and less interesting after she joins the party. But that's also why I think the 100 RP dialogue could have saved that. But you're here for now. The fact that I kind of want to go back and see your 100 RP dialogue tells me that she's a good character. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Like, I don't care about Ginasta that much. Why was her avatar Altina? Because Altina needed something to do. Similarly, I'm putting you at bottom of... No, I'm putting you right under Anna. You have kind of the opposite role of Anna. But you're so easy to write comparatively. You're just very pleasant. Anna gets so much plus points for having such a hard position in the story. She's such a fucker's character. You're just kind of like designed to be pleasant. Honestly, the more I think about it, you're doing your job well. Like, I like you a lot more than Kirani. But are you better than Bertricia and Akka? No. You're somewhere here. You kind of have the same vibe that what's her name, Mirin, or no, Min has, but you get less of a role than like a lot of them. But I also didn't. Oh my god, generational fall. My impulse was to put her at like bottom A, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, no, I really can't. Oh my god. I genuinely think I might have to put you here. Generational fall from where my instinct was to put her. I just haven't thought about you enough, I suppose. Do I wish there was more of you? Yeah. Do I wish there was more of you compared to Kirani? No, Kirani's a billion times more interesting. Same with Patricia. I'm so sorry, lady, but you're there. Nalili! The fact that you even consider putting her close to A is crazy to me. I think I just really, really like her in the Goonfall segment. But she's designed to be pleasant. In a similar way that Min is. It's kind of like... Yeah, the fact that... because she was so pleasant during the one segment where she does anything, I put her high, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, she's a nothing character. You could have put any face on it, and it's just like, oh, she's sweet, you know? Nalili, guess where I'm gonna put her? These spots on the favorite character list are gonna matter, but I might rearrange them towards the end, just to make sure I have like a final vibe on them. Nalili's easy favorite character. Her character growth from the start to the end is exceptional. And her relationship with Karina, especially. The thing about Nalili is that she's the character that binds the harem together the most, I think. Even more so than Yara. She sort of becomes a character that learns from everyone and interplays with everyone. And she takes a lot of the best traits of everyone. So she goes from a very, like, spoiled brat character to arguably, like, one of the wisest. What makes that interesting, and why I rate her so highly, is the fact that usually when you do that, you kind of lose your edge. You kind of lose the thing that makes you you. A lot of the time when you have a character that becomes a sponge for other character traits, they kind of become like a whatever amalgamation of them. Nalili keeps her happy-go-lucky attitude and her silliness in a similar way to Kum, while still becoming extremely competent. And I adore her as a character. She is so good. If she didn't have her relationship with Karina, I think she might have lost her edge a bit and been less interesting toward the end. But their interplay is just so good. One of my favorite B-plots in the harem that like just runs throughout the game. Nalili is an exceptionally written character. She's also the only reason that Estera is S tier. The relationship between these two and... Like these two, if one of them... Like, if you remove Nalili, Estera drops down to, like, bottom A. If you remove Estera, Nalili stays S, if that makes sense. Like, Nalili is hard-carrying Karina and hard-carrying Estera by being such a good character in a lot of ways. I really, really like her. You're probably bottom A, I think. The issue with you is that you have the opposite thing of Filial, where you're good, and I like every scene you're in, and I like your plot, like, significance in the story. I think you're more of a character than Gwyneth. But if I was like, which character would I want to see more of, you're so far down the list. Every other character in A I want to see more of compared to you. Honestly, you might be top of B. The lowest I'm willing to go is under Anna, but I think you're above Anna. I'm pretty sure you're above Anna. Like, you're between here and here. And I don't know exactly where to put you. I admit I have zero interest in the character. That's sort of the problem, right? Like, everything that she does in the plot is good. And all her dialogue I like. But she's kind of a fully established character before we meet her. And she doesn't really get a ton of character development after we meet her. Which makes it, like... You could say the same for Filial, but I don't feel like I need more character development. I think you could have switched her out with a bunch of characters and it would still have been compelling because of how compelling Ustrin was as a region. Like, the segments that involve her are very interesting, which boosts her quite a bit, but her herself as a character isn't that interesting. Despite that, I think I like her more than these. Maybe Lenine, actually. This is rough. I definitely like you more than Grubak, and I definitely think you're a better character than Kalant. Maybe I put you under Lenine. I feel like I'm doing Lenine dirty if I put you over Lenine. Lenine has a better character arc, and I care more for Lenine, I think. You're probably here. You're kind of hard carried by how good your segments in the story are, if that makes sense. Like, you as a character isn't the most interesting thing, but your story is really good. Yeah, I'm happy with your spot here. You're definitely better than these and everyone below you, but you're not... You're in the same way that I said that Grinif is a character that has maxed out her potential, kind of, where I don't care about seeing more of her. I think she kind of is like the best character that she could be. I feel the same way about you, where it's like, even if you got more screen time, I don't think you would be that much better. What really hard carries you is how angry you are at Tertia and that entire plotline. How indignant you are as a character. I think what you have is good, but I don't need more of you. How far does she fall if you didn't get to cuck her husband? Not far at all, I don't think. I think that wasn't very relevant. If anything, I think... I think other characters benefited more from getting to cuck her husband than she did. Funnily enough, I think like Yara probably benefits more. Just because of the funny dialogue that a bunch of characters get to have. She doesn't really get boosted that much from that. Now, I spoiled this earlier. I'm sorry to say. I also don't think this is very controversial. This is the best character in the game. It's also not particularly close. Orkant has an extremely compelling character arc. He also, unlike Mestan, gets to have a central role throughout the entire game. And he elevates every character he interacts with in every single situation. He's the philosopher-type character to an extreme degree, and somehow still manages to not be annoying about it. Like, I don't understand how he never was annoying about it. He has insane social awareness, given the archetype he's in. Like, most characters that are the, like, hyper-philosophizing character archetype has a severe lack in, like, social graces, and they can't, like, match the vibe of whatever is going on. He knows that this is who he is, and instead of compromising that, he's just quiet when it doesn't fit. Like, a lot of the time, a bunch of weird bullshit will be going on that doesn't fit his vibe, and he's fine just standing there quietly, confident in who he is, and like, I don't have to ruin the moment. And then sometimes a character goes, "What do you think, Orkant?" And he'll say like a very condensed version of what he's obviously thinking. And you'll be able to tell that, oh, he's not just been standing here dreaming away. No, he's very engaged in what's happening at all times. And he also knows that now is not the time to be, like, super philosophical, so let's just get to the point and, you know, drive the plot forward. He consistently elevates every single scene. When he's allowed to be himself, allowed to be the focus of the story, he's a 10 out of 10. When he's chiming in for another plot point, he's always 10 out of 10. I genuinely don't think he has, like, a bad moment in the game. Even his own character arc, like, we can talk about his character arc throughout the entire game as one thing, but even his, like, endgame quest is compelling and good. And unlike a lot of them, where when they finish their quest, they don't have more dialogue about it, the fact that you get to talk to him in the final battle, and he's like, yeah, I saw different lives, and, like, there's dialogue about, could we have been different, like, closer friends if we had met in a different circumstance? Like, he gets follow-up from his final quest that other characters don't get. Like, it's all 10 out of 10. He feels like the author's favorite character in a good way. Like, I think, if I'm gonna think back about this game, I'm gonna remember Mestan, I'm gonna remember Hilstar, I'm gonna remember Nalili. The first character I'm going to think about every single time, no question, it's not even close, it's Orkant. Even above Simon, I'm gonna think about Orkant. That's how good of a character he is. I can't stop glazing him. To the point that when I started playing this game in 2019, what made me fall in love with the game was the sequence where you first meet Orkant. What happened was I played 1 hour, and I really liked the twist at the start of the game, but it wasn't until I met Orkant in the farm, and you had to stop him from committing a horrible mistake, and then you get engaged to him as a character, I just fell in love with the game. Like, he's the reason I am streaming this game today. If you didn't have him, I'd probably be like, oh, this game's cool, and then, you know, played a couple more hours, maybe I would have played more, but I wouldn't feel as strongly as I did. Like, he was the hook that made me, like, be like, no, I need to share this game with other people. Which eventually, many years later, led to me streaming it. So yeah, he's the best. I can spoil already, no one is going to take the #1 spot away from him. Orilici. This feels unfair, because you have less screen time, kind of, than every other character up in here, except maybe Mestan. You are so hard carried. Okay, maybe this is too much information. If you had to pick a character in the harem that's my type in real life, like what I jam with comedy-wise and, like, as a character, what I find appealing, Orilici is probably the closest to my type out of this entire harem. So she gets a buff for that. I don't know if I would say that she's a better character than Miguel, but I like her more. And she also kind of gets a bonus for the same reason for the Princess Maker game. That shit, it goes crazy. She, like, honestly, I think one thing that really elevates Orilici is that she doesn't deserve to be as badass as she is. Yet, even in the final battle, where unlike almost every other character in the, like, final tiers, in the top tiers, she has essentially no role whatsoever. As soon as Sestris does his gambit, he abandons his ethics and evolves the mortal world, she hard claps back with the most badass line in the entire game. He goes, "I don't know who you are," and she goes, "You will." And it's just such, like, she's so insanely good as a character. She gives no fucks. She's the most intelligent character in the crew, I want to say. Either #1 or #2. She's a sadist. And she plays off of the rest of the harem super well. It feels unfair to put her above Nalili. It doesn't feel unfair to put her over Miguel. It like feels kind of like this feels like disputable. You could say I'm being too charitable to put her above Miguel, but the big difference to me is that Miguel's final scene felt like a plot point, whereas Orilici's final scenes in the final battle felt like, bitch, I am that goat. I am that fucking greatest of all time character. It felt like Miguel was playing a role, whereas Aurelius was just what's the word? She was carving out a spot for herself. It wasn't plot significant necessarily. It was just saying, hey, don't forget about me, I'm the GOAT. And I kind of credit that a lot. I think Aurelius has a higher ratio of, like, singers and bangers than almost any other character in the game. She hits every line, but she doesn't get as many lines or as much importance as these other characters. Like, Miguel is undisputably a more important character than Aurelius. And I think I like Miguel's plot development more than I like Aurelius. However, Aurelius is so insanely my type that she gets, like, plus points for that. But maybe I shouldn't be biased. I think these two are kind of arguable. My heart says Aurelius, but my brain says Miguel. Miguel is a better character. Aurelius is a worse character than Miguel, but she's more of my type of character. So I'm gonna put her below, because I think this is... If I was arguing this to another person, I couldn't justify putting her above Miguel. If someone says, which character's better, Miguel or Aurelius, I'm gonna say Miguel every day of the week. But I like Aurelius more. I'm leaving it like this. You're really fucking good. It's crazy to say. You are the entire emotional core of the Aram questline. Honestly, a big part of the Eusterin questline as well. And your rape scene and your continued, like, part in the plot. You feel the most like a real person living a really fucking hard life. Like, you aren't a harem member, you aren't a god, you aren't an antagonist, you aren't an important character by any means of the imagination. But you feel like the most real character in this entire fucking game. And you have such a bad lot, but you do so much with it. I just really think you're the character that I wish was in the harem the most. Like, you're the one that got away in a lot of ways. And you're a character that remained interesting throughout the entire game, I think. You don't have a role towards the end when all the secrets are unveiled and we know where we stand relative to everyone else. And you're not as funny as Antarion. You're not as impactful as Alanon. You're not as multifaceted as Estera. But you're the most real out of all these characters, and you're the one that got away. You're the one I wish we saw more of the most out of any character. So this, I think, might be the most controversial pick, but I'm putting her here. Honestly, this is gonna sound crazy, but her as a character after the rape scene elevates her a decent bit as well. Like, the fact that it's better if you let her get raped and that she is allowed to win and execute the plan on her own, like sacrificing herself and her dignity to win on her own terms. And then the fact that you're allowed to have the fucking conversation with her. Really, the moment where you're allowed to have the conversation with her and say, hey, by the way, I was aware of what happened and I had the power to stop it and I chose not to. And the fact that she reacts positively and, like, has a real conversation with you about it, that doesn't feel in any way like... It doesn't feel like that had to be in the game in any way. But it elevated her character so hard. If she didn't have that scene, the follow-up, not the initial, like, rape scene, if she didn't have the follow-up talk with Simon about the consequences and the morals and the ethics of doing it that way, she would not be as high as she is. But the fact that she was one of the most, like, ambiguous characters throughout the entire game, and she got to have one of the most real conversations in the entire game, you deserve to be up there. I really like you. Ivala is insanely hard for me to rank. That said, I'm very close to putting her in disappointing. I like Ivala a lot more than I like Altina. I like Ivala more than I like almost every single character in Competent. But Ivala was one of the most pivotal, like, characters to quote-unquote get right, in my opinion. And she does jack fucking shit. I also realized I spelled this wrong, Lamau. It's been that way the entire time. She does jack shit throughout the entire story. And she's so much more important than Altina. Like, she stings more than any other character. And her explanation for why she is the way she is and what she did throughout the game, it just isn't compelling to me at all. I don't like her. I hate to say it, because she should be good. But she's just not. Yeah, she had a lot of funny moments, but that's all. Like, her revelatory discussion about the mechanics of the game makes her out to be such a bad person. And such a bad character. So, like, I hate to do it, but you are under Altina even, I think. No, Altina is pretty fucking bad. Kum is really hard to place, because I don't actually like Kum that much as a individual character, but I think she has some of the best interactions with other characters, and I think she has one of the more compelling story arcs. And I also really like her archetype. I think it's impressive how she manages to be the GOAT all the way up until the end. But if I think about her as a character, I like her less than these, I think. But she's undisputedly really, really fucking good. But the thing is, she makes every other character in the harem much better. And her role in the harem is similar to Hilstara in how she is one of the, like, I want to say there's like 4 cores to the party. There's Simon, there's Hilstara, there's Kum, and there's Yara. I think those are like the 4 cores of the party. Would I put her above Nalili? No. I find her less interesting and engaging as a character than Nalili. Would I put her below or above Miguel? I think her character arc is arguably better than Miguel. And specifically, I think her archetype as a character has way more ways to fail than Miguel. It's harder to write a compelling Kum than it is to write a compelling Miguel. That said, I like Miguel more than I like Kum. But I think Kum is a... No, I won't even say that. I think Kum is about the same tier. She's definitely above Aurelicy, though. I think. I think I have to put her here. The issue is that I don't like her final contributions that much either. I think she kind of was set up for a bigger final moment than she got. like, I felt like there was gonna be a revelation that she was connected to, like, Celica, or, like, had some bullshit, like, I'm descendant of a god type of bullshit. Like, a plot point that would make her more than what she ended up being. And it was kind of building toward that a lot of the game, and then she kind of got nothing. And that's fine. But I think that drags it down a little bit for me. That said, she's constantly one of the most important characters in the harem. I just think she has an element of being a little bit disappointing for me. Where it's like, yes, in a lot of ways she's more important than Aurelius, Miguel, and Nalili. But I also found these to be wonderfully realized characters all the way through. Whereas I feel like Kum maybe stumbled a little bit towards the very end. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. That's not to say she's bad, but she's an easy S, but she's not quite as high up as I wish she was. Or easy favorite, sorry, above S. Riala is top of S. But the issue with Riala is that she's so compelling in the first half of the plot. She's way more compelling until she joins the harem than any other character, I think. And her early relationship stuff with Simon and the rest of the harem is very good. But then she's sort of just like the adult in the party. She plays a similar role to Hilstara. The difference is that Hilstara feels like she's playing that role against all odds. She kind of worked against everything in the world being against her to reach the point of being the adult in the party. Whereas Riala kind of joins and is immediately just like, I know everything and I'm the best and I'm here to help. But she acts as a mother to Robin, and she's constantly like, she's the most emotionally mature character in the party by like a long shot. And I find her compelling. I just think her archetype is really easy to write for compared to Karina and Balia. It's very hard to make her unlikable. And I didn't think she got to stand out as much as the characters in Favorite. And I don't think she's as interesting of a character as Balia or Karina. But I do think she's more compelling than the people under her. So she's a real one, but I can't really justify putting her higher. Now, Robin is really difficult for me. Robin is the hardest one to rank. On the popularity scale, Robin is the most popular character in the game for a lot of people. I really struggle with Robin. Robin gets so boosted by being Simon too. But she doesn't get to do enough. And when she does stuff, I don't like the way she does it. Like, when she did the Spirit Bomb versus Estaven, joined in the, like, harem force to build the first Spirit Bomb in Chapter 4, I thought that was pretty forced when she outs the feelings she has for Simon. And I didn't find her compelling in the final battle at all. But she also has some of the best singers in the game. Like, if you talk one-liners, Robin has, like, the most one-liners and singular best comedy moments in the game. But I don't think she's that good. A lot of what I like about Robin is tied together to Simon being the best protagonist ever written. And he has the closest relationship with Robin out of, like, everyone in the harem. They have their own individual subplot that takes up a lot of the game. But a lot of what makes that subplot good doesn't have to do with Robin as much as it has to do with Simon being the best protagonist of all time. I think you needed more in the final battle to be higher. I think you're worse than Hester. I think you're better than everyone below you. This feels kind of unfair, but I think it's tinged with a sense of you never really did enough to warrant your, like, you should have had a bigger spot in the final battle, and you should have gotten more confident as it went on. A big issue is that your expertise in magic gets kind of overshadowed by Riala's expertise in magic, I feel. So I can't place you higher, even if I want to. Sabitha is like quintessential pretty good. Sabitha is quintessential pretty good. I like her, she has funny moments. She's not a hard character to write for. I like her more than Lunine and the rest of them under. I have very little to say about her. She's a very one-note character, but she's fun. I like her interplay with Estaven at the start. She's interesting until she joins the party. I like that she's trying to find herself together with Akka. She's an autistic baddie, but I can't place you higher than this. I'm sorry. It might even be unfair to place you over Lunine, but I think Lunine has a lot less, or has a lot more potential that wasn't realized. Sarai, S tier. Sarai is S tier, probably under Estevan though. Sarai is so instrumental in the first like 20% of the game. All of the discussions with Simon, the way that she acts as a foil to him in a lot of ways, and then you kind of don't. She has the bonus of being like a she has a bonus of being a character I wanted to join for so long and I wasn't allowed to have. You know, when you're waiting for something, the expectations makes it all the sweeter. Anticipation. But I just think she's exceptionally good all the way through. Sarai is cool, not too fond of the whole create super being because we need it. I really like that. I don't agree with her in the slightest, but I really like that despite everything, she's like the most devout out of everyone, and she understands the benefit of being religious, like the reason that people are religious, and I really like that she argues for it in an academic way, while still having the personality that she has. Like, she to me feels like one of the best executed characters in the game. I might not agree with her, but I like that she was allowed to remain with that, within that spot. I rather she just prayed to a super being instead of trying to create it. Well, she did acquiesce to us after we argued for it. I really like her. I think if you want to talk about executed story beats, she's like probably top 5 best executed characters, I think. I just don't think she's as good of a character as these. Simon. Second best character after Orkant. Simon is the best protagonist in any game I've ever played. It's also not close. He's probably harder to say, maybe, but I can't quite say he's the best protagonist in any media, but he might be. The task of writing a character like Simon and keeping them compelling for the runtime of the game and allowing them to be a proper, like, bouncing board for the personalities of every other character, like a foil to a lot of them, and like a conversational partner that's interesting to all of these other personalities, while still having him have his own interesting character arc. Impossible fucking Herculean task. I don't know how they did it, but he's just the GOAT. He's fantastic. Tanarak, top up pretty good. Tanarak is a character that starts out... Like, I dislike Tanarak's role, but I think he executed the role basically perfectly. I also really love how he dies. He's very much like a fake-out final boss type thing, and I really dislike that part of the story. Like, that's where I think the game was the slowest. But I think him as a character was very fun. Like, I like Tanarak a lot. I think he's a very one-note character, but he played the role basically perfectly. Maybe he's under these. Maybe he's here, actually. Yeah, I'm down to put him there. He's from the worst part of the game, but it's not his fault it was the worst part of the game. It's really funny how he got blasted twice as well. Tertia is, like, probably here as well. Very whatever character. Competent, under Bertricia, under the Lust Lord. Honestly, no, she's like there. She's cool, but she doesn't do anything. Trin. Trin gets way less of a role than Robin, gets way less of a character arc than Robin. But man, if she's not wonderful the entire time she's on screen. I adore Trin. I also like that she plays loyalty tests with you, and like you're benefited for trusting her when she's like acting evil. Gameplay-wise, I think she's intriguing, and I love her spot in the harem. I think she's a very well-executed character. I also don't think she needed to do more. Like, I think her role was perfect, and then when she was about to dip out and not be interesting, they introduced Lilith, and they play off each other really well. Very good character. Not much to say about her, though. Like, she's very one-note, but she's one-note in a very, very fun way. She feels like another character that, like, maxed out her potential. She didn't need to be more than she was. Tina! Either bottom favorite or S, like, top S. Maybe here. She's probably somewhere in the favorite character range. I really adore Tina. Or in the S character range. I think really what I should do is I should move Hester under these. And then do this, I think. Because I think she's better than Hester. But I think she's worse than Robin and Trin. So I think Tina gets to go up here. Tina is just so... She's adorable, she's cute, she's smart, she is central to the Ardfor plotline. She feels like another one of those characters that's just like a real person dropped into a situation they can't comprehend. And the difference is that she has very much the same role as... I forgot her name now. Starts with a P, I believe. Not Patricia, that's another character. Who also doesn't have a portrait here, by the way. The Halfling. Patricia would have been in like A tier. But she gets way more screen time. I really like Tina. Eloisa, bottom of disappointing. Very whatever character. Actually, maybe even like an F character. Really wish she got to do more. Or rather, I wish she had a personality. I wish it was explained why she looks identical to Sabitha. She does jack shit, man. I don't hate her as much as I hate Janine. But she's just so insanely... Like, she's brought up as this, like, mysterious character that you're gonna want to see a reveal for, and then you don't get a reveal, kind of, or rather the reveal sucks ass, and then she does nothing and dies. She's like the anti-Alanon. She's Alanon without any of the aura. But she speaks as if she is aura, so she's annoying. What did she even do? Exactly. She, like, sacrifices herself like Alanon, but because... It's like, I copied your homework. But it's not cool, because you already did it. Wait, I had these two reversed. Fuck. I had these two reversed. This guy with the blue scarf should be up here, I think. And the green one should be in Who. The blue one is the one that's reasonable and talks about the mind control shit. He's the reasonable one, the cool one. This guy is in Who. He does nothing. Ooh yeah. Disappointing. Nothing as character. Has a character arc that I didn't care for in the slightest. Disappointing as a harem member. Disappointing as a, like, character in the plot. Had potential, but kind of, like, joins and doesn't do that much. Has very little interplay with other people in the harem, which lowers her quite a bit. I wanted to like her a lot. I liked her design a lot, but she feels like a character that really didn't do that much. But I do like her more than these other ones. I genuinely don't think I like her more than Altina and Evala. I'm looking at the clock, and I have to end pretty soon, so I'm gonna blitz the next few characters, which sucks, but I have to leave at like 35 at the very, very latest. And then I'll probably be a little bit late. Varia. Varia is pretty much top of A, I think. She's very competent. She's cool. I liked her subplot. I didn't think she was that integral to the plot. She's not as interesting as any of the characters in S either. But I think she's probably the most well executed out of the character in the A tier. You're solid in who? Vala is an easy S for me. Definitely under Kum, I think, but Vala as a plotline, like she's introduced and I have zero expectations of her, and then she ends up being one of the best characters. She's so good, not just as a character in the game, as in like combat, but the fact that she never ever joins the harem proper and gets like an RP meter, and the fact that she's one of the most integral characters in the final arc, she's just so good, man. I really adore her. Honestly, I'm gonna follow my heart. I think she's probably above all of these. She had way lower expectations than any of these other characters, and I think she exceeded all of them. She felt like a character that is so easy to fail at, and she's just perfect. She's the perfect character. I just don't think that she had a chance to be much more than she was. Maybe she should be... No, she's definitely under his star, I think. Wendy's, sorry to say, you're under Iris. You had so much potential. I didn't think you were that compelling. You have a few quips here and there. The fact that you're Simon's wife gave you a bunch of cred, but you don't really use it very well. I felt like you were a character that should have taken a more central role and been more disruptive when you joined the harem. Like, you should have questioned more things. It should have been a plot point about you getting assimilated with the harem. Instead, you were like, oh, I saw everything, and then I jumped in and was just kind of there as one of the girls from the start. And you're cool all the time you're there, but you're not as cool as you could have been. Funnily enough, I think Win is a much better character than Wendy's. Win is a very well-executed character. I really like how ambiguous she is morally. I like the fact that she doesn't really relent on her fucked up like opinions until very late, and even then only like halfway. I like that she's fucked up in grief in the first half. I like that she wants so badly to make up with Simon, and she just doesn't know what to do. And I love that she's trying to grow through that in a way that felt real. Very, very good character. Sestris. The Anak. Anak is so good. Honestly has to be third place. No, he's fourth place. Mestan is a perfectly executed character. No notes. Anak maybe not entirely perfect, but the Anak is a fantastic villain. And he has aura the entire time through. He doesn't feel like the final villain. I didn't clock him as the final villain until very late. He's way more compelling than Hester to me. I think he's just insanely good as a villain. Also, can I point out that there's no Incubus Emperor here? I'm sorry to say. I know I'm stressed, but Incubus King. We have to add his portrait. I can't make a list without him. I don't understand how he doesn't have a... How he doesn't have a spot. There we go. And because of that, I want to mention that I'm putting the Incubus Emperor right above Estevan. Because the Incubus Emperor is really, really good. He sets up the game super well. He's better than Estevan. Actually, Estevan is like bottom S, I think. He's better... No, he's definitely better than these. These are very close to each other. They play similar roles to me. I just think the Incubus Emperor does it marginally better. Honestly, actually... No. The issue is that he's kind of anticlimactic at the end, whereas the Anak is very much not so. He has a stronger intro, but he plays a very similar role to Estevan. Estevan feels like him... He's like a rerun of the Incubus Emperor. But the thing is, even though he's a rerun and that gives him minus points, he's also a cooler concept than the Incubus Emperor to me. So they're kind of very close to each other. Sestris. Pretty good. Above under Ginasta. Pretty good. I liked her. I thought she had a bunch of cool moments. I liked how central she was. Didn't really get to do enough. Very much a character with potential that was kind of squandered. But I liked her presence throughout the story. She's a pretty good character. Yara. S tier, but lower S tier than Kum, I think. Yeah, I think these two are very close to each other. Both of these are exceptional characters. It's kind of like, which character do you think was more compelling? I guess I think Yara's more compelling. It's just I don't think Yara builds with the rest of the party as much as she should. However, okay, Yara above Kum because she gets bonus points for the Antarian section at the end with the boobs. They're basically indistinguishable, but Yara has a cooler segment. I also really like Yara Quest. She gets like sidewayed a little bit by the fact that a lot of her stuff is about being the manager of the harem, which kind of takes priority over her role in the harem, or like her personality in the harem a lot of the time. But she's still a really good character. Succubus Nightwoman, pretty good. Probably here. Under Linine, above the rest of them here. Pretty good. I liked you a lot. You were a cool part of the story, but you weren't really more than that. And then finally, Dej for Celica. Nothing as character. I'm really happy with this, but I hate to do this. Feels really bad. I didn't think we were gonna run this late, 4 hours. I have to go to work. I'm gonna be like 5 minutes late if I don't go now. So I'm going to call it here and leave like immediately for work in 1 second so I don't get late. And I will talk to you later. Sorry for the abrupt ending, but I'll upload the VOD when I get back from work. And what a game! What a game. What a fantastic fucking experience The Last Sovereign has been. If you were watching the VODs and watching along, and I'll never see you again, thank you for participating, and I appreciate the journey. This has been fantastic. And for the rest of you who I might see some other time, I'll see you with the next game. Bye, nerds!